Numerous mutilated bodies are scattered on the wasteland. Each of them was filled with blood. Everyone was executed with amazing cruelty. All this was created by a man with a sharp goat beard and an unquenchable gambling fire in his eyes. He, without the slightest pity, threw his opponents of fate. It was extremely strange. Despite the fact that all the demons were already overcome, the man did not leave the feeling of a powerful, ominous energy that was running around. The power of this energy was so powerful that he seemed to be burned by the nape of the nape. And behind, like a fog, two fuzzy silhouettes appeared. Behind him were Chanvan and Quanvan. His face was a light smile. Men sincerely expressed gratitude to him for everything he did. Their gratitude was sincere, and the feat that he had performed for the sake of victory over the demons will remain in their memory forever. However, the man treated this with distrust, considering their words full of delusion. Doc was annoying how the two did not look away from him as soon as he dealt with the demons. These two do not have any personal enmity. They seek to deprive him of his life only for the sake of peace and order in Murim. Doc P.E. radiated complete confidence. It seemed that these opponents had almost no experience in real battles. Without moving, the opponents lost patience, and one of them rapidly rushed. Chan Van took to the air using the art of lightning peaks, and in a moment the celestial darkness pierced the flashes of lightning. Such a technique did not impress the Doc. On the contrary, he considered him too loud and dumb. Almost instantly, Chan Van breaks forward, quickly approaching the opponent to strike a new devastating blow. I am sure that he managed to capture the enemy. Chan Van smiled happy. However, everything became different than it seemed at first. Doc Pet immediately intercepted the enemy's spear at the very land. Noticing this, Quan Van rushed to help his friend. Meanwhile, the Doc pushed one of his opponents, and he was intensely prepared to parry the other. The man prepared to strike 9 tiger fists, hoping to defeat his opponent. However, the Doc skillfully escaped every blow that had a great way out of his opponent. This time, Quan Van struck with force, which significantly exceeded his previous attempts. In a moment, both men rushed to him together, trying to attack synchronously, and even in such a situation, the Doc cleverly slips out of their blows. The protagonist, without any difficulty, restrained their blows. Moreover, he wanted the opponents to show their maximum. The bold confidence of our hero annoyed this couple. They only waited for the right moment to deal with him as soon as possible. Instantly, as soon as the Doc flew into the air, both pursuers rushed after him without hesitation for a moment. In the same seconds in the air, a crazy explosion, which was such a force that even the earth under his feet began to crumble. Kavan Van and Chan Wang fell to the ground, feverishly grabbing the air. The recent attacks seemed to give them great confidence. However, the Doc remained full of energy and was sincerely surprised that its opponents were already completely exhausted. The two of them barely hid their shock. They stood not just a rival, but a real monster. No person is able to possess such an incredible force. Doc P.E. did all of this, even without any weapons. It seems that at this moment his thoughts were somewhere far away, so now there is a unique opportunity for an unexpected attack. Suddenly the Doc noticed a thin scratch on his fingers that remained unnoticed earlier. That is why he mastered the anger at those two who dared to encroach on him and leave his mark on his body. Now the protagonist is set to a real struggle. He no longer intends to show mercy for enemies. Men look confusedly, noticing that the blade of their opponent is completely blunted. However, Men and Idea did not have that they were waiting in front. The sword blade suddenly cut their heads in half. In a moment, they were already lying on the ground, washing their own blood. It has been 10 years since. The man focusedly meditated, sitting under a rapid waterfall. The man came here, hoping to escape from the paws of madness and the darkness of his soul. In the end, he found the long-awaited answer. The man reached such a level that it was no longer possible to rise on earth. The path of martial arts is completed, so now he has to climb the inadvertent to grasp a new, higher level. In a moment, a man escaped from his own body. His gaze suddenly moved to the side, and he saw himself on the side, as if an observer. The man was overwhelmed by joy. He finally achieved a dreamy goal after a decade of hard work. Now he steps forward, trying to rise to the level of immortal. In a moment, he flew the head in his sky, lifting a frightened flock of birds that flew in all sides. But a whole cloud of gulls emerged by him. They all looked from the top, strictly ordered to stand still. Everyone watched the guest carefully, not looking away from him. The man smiled at them warmly and introduced himself. His name is Hao, and from now on, he belongs to the pantheon of new inhabitants, the inhabitants of the unusual guest. His whole image is imbued with deadly energy. In his life, he left many dead behind his shoulders. If you let him in the dream of heaven, it will only call them new disasters. The gods refused to this man in the right to join their pantheon, but give him another opportunity to atone for the guilt of the past. Who feuded? He made so much effort to be here, and now he is ruthlessly exposed to the door. He was engraved by a fierce rage. They should give up his place immediately. It seems that our hero does not perceive the words, so only one exit remains the gods. In such a situation, they decide to force a man to go against his will. However, does not intend to give up passively. His determination is unwavering. He is about to challenge the Fades themselves. Such a daring act was quite annoyed by the gods, causing them a real rage. The dark cloud of smoke, penetrated by the dazzling tongues of the flame, instantly rose around the hero. However, even from such a trap, he was able to get into freedom. Now nothing is capable of getting him in the way. It was unclear to the gods why such stubborn personalities occur among the mortals. Here, one of the other inhabitants stated that he would take this issue. Without spending time, he shot in Job. The man suddenly realized this sticky saliva blocked him oxygen and he cannot breathe. But everything did not end there. The divine creature pulled him a powerful whirlwind that sucked into his supernatural subsoil. It seems that this time our hero was trapped from which it is impossible to escape. Hen Enon is faint from shock. He had to climb, gather all his strength, and break these inhabitants. Suddenly, a disturbed girl, who looks at him, is full of concern for his condition before his eyes. The man notices. His hands became surprisingly pale and surprisingly smooth, and he cannot shake as it happened. Immediately after that, our hero rises to his feet and rushes to the mirror. Seeing stuns him. In the reflection stands a young man. He is striking the appearance of such a thin guy. The young man begins to make a strange brimming, testing his face in a variety of ways to make sure that everything is really going on. At that moment it came to him. The guy he saw in front of him. He was himself. The girl was immediately worried about the young owner. He had no effort. The girl is genuinely surprised. Why the boy does not recognize her, because in fact he is only fainting. Her name is Kima-san, and she tirelessly supports the young heir and son of a home. His name is a hack, and he is the second son in the influential family. The young man was in complete shock from Herd and seemed to be unable to understand the news received immediately. He refuses to believe it and sincerely hopes that all this is just an alarming dream. Now they lived in the 70s since the day of the union of John Chan. Since then, as many as 7 decades. The girl rushed to look for a doctor for a young master. At the time of creation of the union, the Dokpa Pepe has already turned 80, and the desire to become an inhabitant originated in him only after 90 years. It turns out that he has been over 150 years. He was revived in this world, born to the second son of the Nagan family. It looks like the gods themselves decided to laugh at him. The protagonist overwhelmed the rage to the inadverters for all those mockery that he had to suffer from their fault. The young man is surprised why he was thrown over 60 years, not returned on the same day where it started. The hex failure was overwhelmed by indignation. Everything he studied tirelessly for many years disappeared, as if he did not exist. But even in such a situation, it is not necessary to seem. Although he now has another body, the boy has his memories and experience. The hero is convinced that this time he can achieve much more than once in his past life. First, it was necessary to find a way to get out of this place, and then to figure out who the guy is in whose body is now. Already the night, when the hack carefully slipped outside, trying to slip through the gate. However, the situation was far from so simple. The guards were already chatting around the corner. The young man is aware that it was not necessary to destroy them immediately on the day of his rebirth. You could just run past it. It's time to collect all the will into a fist. The young man hopes that he will have the strength to rack the entire distance with one steep throw. However, suddenly Hack feels that he is not able to rush forward, as if his strength has disappeared, and every movement seems incredibly difficult. The hero believes that all these difficulties are caused by his inability to get used to the new body. At that moment, the Hack strains all his strength, determined to try luck again. Suddenly, the young man caught a sharp crack similar to a crunch of a broken bone. And only looking at his own leg, he realized horror. The bone cracked. In a moment, the main character fell on the floor and, twisting with pain, shouted that his leg was unbearably hurting. Immediately after that, he was taken to a separate room where the doctor cautiously put a bandage on the wounded leg. Everyone did not hide the surprise. How simply could this foot undergo a fracture? It turned out that the boy was breaking easier than crystal. The doctor has already prepared a healing remedy for him. However, the Hack winner wants to be himself, so he politely asks everyone to leave him alone. Since no one thought to listen to him, the guy repeated his words, now in full voice, crying that everyone would finally leave him alone. As soon as the young man pulled his hand sharply, as a characteristic crunch heard, he seems to have jumped his shoulder again. The young man believed that with the birth in the family, he already had a reliable foundation for his later life. The hero did not leave the thought, what did this guy make so weak? Then the hero settled into the lotus pose to rest and delve into meditation. The young man focuses on the edge, filling himself with a powerful stream of inner strength. The young man noted that in this body, all 9 energy channels were blocked. The protagonist suddenly realized that in this body, all the 9 yin energy channels are completely blocked. The body seemed extremely fragile, like a crystal vase, ready to crumble from the slightest touch. All the energy flows in it remained tightly blocked. The hero believed that these were the proceeds of the gods who decided to make him joke at him at the most unfavorable moment. The reconciliation of Hack was determined to repay to these scoundrels for their offensive mockery and laughing at him. However, it was necessary for the boy to just move his hand, as the crack sounded. It seems that the bone immediately broke. You need to call your doctor immediately. As it turned out, this careless movement, the hero breaks his hand for the second time. The doctor again reminds that such sharp actions are strictly forbidden. Once upon a time, he crashed enemies as if defenseless ants, and now, even with the smallest insect, he cannot handle. Whatever trials happen on my way, you should not stop. Doc will not seem and will fight to the end. But he had to squeeze his fist with excessive force, as in his hand the characteristic crunch responded again. The young man is aware that there is only 2 ways to pass this test. Apply the method of light heart stream and intake of both the soul and the muscles of vital energy. This is how you will help the events to unfold the best. And when he overcomes 9 energy streams, a chance will be a chance to master the fighting force that he was lacking in his past life. The night was already down. Wai-san quietly entered the guy's room to make sure he really took his medicines. Deciding that the guy was dorming, the girl flew to his room. In no case can he fall asleep until he drinks his medicine. However, when she noticed that Nagan Hack was sitting quietly in the lotus pose, she was mastered by a genuine surprise. Noticing the blood from his head, she rushed to him and feverishly pressed her hands with her hands, trying to stop the bleeding. But this method did not result. Instead, the blood began to flow from another wound, and in a moment from the body of the hero the blood flooded. It seemed that his skin was pierced by many holes, as if the body itself became a sieve. Blood is slowly floating from the guy's head, but he remains indifferent, as if he did not pay attention to it. It passes some time. When the guy finally opens his eyes, he is surprised to notice that his body is wrapped with bandages from head to heels. The reconciliation of Hack only tried to master energy management and immediately turned into a cripple. After that, the young man was suddenly crying. His eyes are filled with tears. Each drop is a mixture of indignation and deep insult. The girl broke his empty words, ordered to silence, and strongly squeezed him into his mouth some strange ball. This pill cost a whole wealth. This pill gives a force equal to the decade of inexhaustible energy. Suddenly, the main character feels a wave of new forces through his body. It seems that the Pagulka really got it. However, the effect lasted only a few moments, and then everything returned to its place. Even when a Heck swallowed the most powerful renewable pill, it did not produce any result. The hero is determined to take this infirm shell and change it for the better. Before Wai-san has gone on the road, he wondered if they will find books about martial arts. The hero seeks to find out from her where their library is located. The energy control method he knows was too powerful for this body and is not suitable for this. The only way out is to find a technique that will be ideal for this form. Mastering new techniques opens many new horizons for him. Because the energy channels of Hack's reconciliation remained blocked, even a light, cool breeze made him tremble from the cold. He believes that it will be more convenient if he wraps in a blanket and goes to the library just like that. However, the blanket seemed too heavy for him, and in a moment his body was powerless to slide on the floor. The Heck, crazy with anger, sharply jumped to his feet and threw away the blanket. So the guy put on a few layers of clothes, and in a moment he became noticeably warmer and more comfortable. The size of this library was striking. He recalls how in his previous life he was repeatedly admired about the extraordinary library of a reconciliation. This library can rightly be considered the core of their family. This is where the centuries-old heritage is stored. He recalls how their fishing was in vain. There was no prey that day. Soon, Hack appears near the library, but on the threshold it is intercepted by guards. The hero could not believe his own eyes. How did these two dares to bring his weapons on him? By gaining momentum, the guy rushed forward, trying to overtake the guards. Once in their back, he hit his neck sharply, instantly fainting opponents. At the same moment, they collapsed on the floor, instantly losing consciousness. However, it became clear that all this happened only in the imagination of the protagonist. They barely recognized the young owner, bowed immediately, and hurried to apologize for their impolite. Then the main character, without unnecessary excitement, was imperceptibly past the guards. However, the guards intended to immediately convey the head of the family. Then the protagonist found himself in the library, where numerous shelves were raised around, filled with books. The library is in front of me on an incredible scale. It seems that mysterious secrets are hidden between these endless rows of shelves. At that moment, the Hack was going to plunge on the treasure. Here is the morning. The guy spent in vain here all night, rushing among books, but never found anything valuable. Disappointment and annoyance engulfed it. This library was a real disappointment. He was already inclined to believe that the Sword King, who praised this library, simply misleaded him. The Heck, covered with rage, could not stand. His cry came to the whole hall, and the books flew out of his emotions. After only a moment, the guy felt a burning pain in his chest, and clinging, instinctively grabbed their hands. It seems that the boy's energy streams were again raging with frantic force. If the Heck fastened does not manage to cope with the fierce energy, then instead of meeting with the inhabitants, he will rather have to look into the failure of death. Getting outside, the hero suddenly heard a loud, shrill cry. Someone seemed to immediately address him. The guy was so frightened by a piercing exclamation that he was scaring to the ground. Such an unexpected sound. Meanwhile, a stranger emerged before him. The Heck did not have any idea to deal with him, and therefore, without delay, he broke again on the cry. A powerful wave of sound rejected the guy back. As it turned out, this man did not allow our hero to visit the library for concern for his well-being, so it is not surprising that he had overwhelmed his anger. The servants hurried to quench the owner, because his son was still not recovered after illness. Hearing these words, the main character immediately guessed. Before him his father. The harsh man decisively commanded everyone. Now, as a real head of the family, he was going to resolve everything in person and rigidly. After that, the subordinates humbly leave the room, enabling the father and son to be two. As soon as everyone dispersed, his father tightened his son firmly and called him his restless brawler with a smile. A man does not find a place from anxiety for his son. The boy was so cold, as if touched the ice. Our hero has come to the conclusion that this man is extremely simple and frivolous, so he can be manipulated. The hack sought from his father only two things: a powerful elixir to strengthen his energy and special equipment that would perfectly meet his abilities. The father assures that he is concerning business with potions because with techniques there was a real deficit. However, the man strongly denies the use of secret technology. His body is too weak to withstand a similar load. It's just impossible for him. The hero is still doomed to die, so it makes no sense to lower his hands without challenging fate. However, the man stood stubbornly on his own. How to make him change his mind? So the hack suddenly changed the strategy. He was unexpectedly struck directly in his father's eyes. The guy sharpened and complained that his head would become dizzy. The man lifted his son in his arms and feverishly tried to bring him to his senses. The protagonist began to play on feelings, claiming that his life can break at any moment. However, the man believed that such words should not speak to the father. The hack states that this is his final request. He wants to get the technique. Claudio assures that he is not going to master the martial arts, but only wants to get acquainted with them. The man turned away, and tears of unspeakable pain rolled across his face. His heart was torn from pity for his own son. It has already come out. The protagonist received a fresh set of clothing that protected him well from the cold. The young man went to another library. But when I got inside, I saw a familiar interior. It was almost indistinguishable from the previous library. There are special secret techniques available only to those in whose veins the blood of the head of the kind of reconciliation flows. If he was already allowed to enter here, it is not necessary to dream of mastering the martial arts. The night has fallen to the city, and our hero still plunged into the worlds of books in a quiet library. He finally turned his last page and finished reading. In this volume, 5 artistic techniques were very much worthy of attention. The spiritual technique of the heavenly thunder, the spiritual technique of the emperor, the art of control of the emperor, lightning, 13 rolled thunder, and the spiritual sword of thunderstorms. However, this was not enough to develop martial art that is perfect for this bodily envelope. A special technique is needed that can strengthen the bone frame and lay a reliable basis for future force. The strength, of course, does not impress, but the appetite woke up. It is time to replenish energy. It is time to support. But he did not have time to pass, as the reconciliation of Hack stumbled on the books and glowed fate. He was pierced with acute pain throughout the body. The Hack fiercely despised this fragile, defenseless shell. The young man snapped on a protruding tile that looked treacherously from the floor and almost tore his hands. He realized that he was not a regular tile. Using the stick, he carefully picked it up and separated it from the floor. Through the veil of dust, the guy noticed the inscription that looked on this tile. Soon the guy returned home and sat on the table. He ate with appetite everything he put before him. The girl is surprised to the depths of her heart. She has never seen a young gentleman so lively, because he is usually known for his demand in dishes. The Hack felt true, because in his youth, even a pinch of spinach was considered a real delicacy. The girl cannot understand what he is talking about, but the guy only asks her not to worry. Then, the main character vigorously throws a pill to his mouth, which returns his strength. Fed and satisfied, he can finally focus on work. When the maid carried dishes to the room of our hero, her gaze suddenly met with the older heir. She noticed that the heir again brought with him pills to strengthen the strength. The senior heir does not know how to express his emotions. Although his concern for his brother is noticeable with the naked eye, he never dare to come to him. Meanwhile, the Hack Nagon sits in his room, immersed in meditation and working hard on himself. Mixed heavenly energy of the Dark King is the most powerful combat equipment through which Doc PE has gained power and authority. In order to improve this skill, you must first strengthen a certain viscous structure based on methods mastered in the library, and then combine it with the energy of mixed celestial flow. The most important thing here is confidence in your own. Soon the man manifests himself in the heart of his circulatory system. Many bright red threads extend around. The most important thing is to achieve harmony between the united celestial energy and the techniques of Chan-Chan. It was necessary to get rid of dark energy and fill everything with light. In fact, it required him a lot of effort, but the man did not even think to lower his hands. Wai San decided to treat the young gentleman with another dish because she still did not see that he was eager and pleased. When the girl approached the hero's room, she was immediately surprised by a wave of burning warmth that broke out from behind the door. In a moment, an explosion mounted in the room. The door was blowing into the cod, and the girl almost fell on the floor. Meanwhile, the hack did not move out of place. He still sat motionlessly in a lotus pose, and from his forehead, sweat rolled with heavy drops. San immediately rushed to the young owner, not even having time to understand what had happened to him. The young man behaves extremely strange. His clothes are impregnated with sweat from grueling tension. A moment, and he faint, neglect falling to the ground. Wai San immediately reports this to the head of the family. The father cannot stay and seeks to visit his son immediately. However, the eldest son restrains him, noting that now it is not the best moment. The girl agrees with the opinion of the oldest heir. The doctor also stressed that the guy should first come to his senses and restore strength. The man suspects that the hack Nagan has come across a library on some secret, and now there have been troubles. The man is covered by anxiety. He did not find a place because of his son's poor well-being. Meanwhile, the protagonist tries to keep in the strap, making every effort to not surrender. From 9 energy flows, he barely managed to conquer at least one. If he fails to form a body that can truly master spiritual techniques, all efforts will be useless. The hero wondered what name to choose for the recently invented spiritual technique. He believes that this technique is appropriate to be called as the art of the Dark King Chan-Chun. The doctor, along with his father, could not believe his eyes. The guy suddenly began to squeeze. It seemed like a real miracle before them. The young man was given with great difficulty. His own body did not want to obey. The doctor was extremely amazed. The energy flows of the boy had increased significantly and expanded, and his pulse scored more clearly and confidently. It was for this reason that the hero persistently convinced everyone that there is no reason and the situation under control. The father did not let him complete the phrase. In a moment, he pressed his son firmly to himself, overflowing with boundless joy. Although his father is unknown what his son has done, he rejoices because his son looks much healthier. However, it seems that the man was overly fascinated and so firmly pressed the guy to himself that inadvertently broke his shoulder. That is why the man was annoyed to the doctor annoyed, because he told him that the condition of his son had improved. Of course, energy recovery has already begun. This is undeniable. However, this process in no way affects the still fragile, weakened body of the hero. The hack froze with a surprise with his mouth and shrunken shoulders. I wonder what steps they will take. The father immediately decided to leave the scene, quickly coming up with an excuse about the urgent meeting of elders. But it was only an excuse because the girl knew well that no meeting was appointed today. The man reports that he has to go in business and sincerely wishes his son to recover. The reconciliation of a hack boiled from a malice on a father who made a disaster and disappeared without any explanation, leaving everything to his or her. But in a moment, the man looked again from behind the door and warmly wished his son success. To do this, it was necessary to turn his shoulder to the usual healthy state. That's right, almost imperceptible, I missed the whole month. The young man was fascinated by the jogging. It is impossible to say how many circles are left behind. Some suspicions were born in the sauna. Ever since the young gentleman recovered after the illness a month ago, he seems to become a completely different person. One man in a joking manner notes that, apparently, his soul was in a foreign body. However, the girl stops him instantly, stating that she will not suffer any fools. After the conversation, they suddenly realize that they were too passionate about, and did not notice how the young gentleman disappeared somewhere. Where could he go? In her head, the most terrible ideas that she did not think about. It seems that the main character disappeared under the water surface. The girl assumes that the young gentleman disappeared under the water surface. However, the man reassures, explaining that this rate is only about 30 centimeters, so it is simply impossible to sink here. The nervous girl was already waiting in place because her heart was constantly worried about the boy. Meanwhile, two girls were walking through the streets of the city, younger and a little older. Both glowed with joy, and the baby happily tasted her favorite delicacy. But suddenly someone's hand cleverly grabbed it from his nose. As it turned out, this is everything, a matter of our hero's hands. The hack slowly walked the central part of the city, noting the number of people around. His gaze was scared in search of a cozy establishment where you could enjoy a strong drink. Suddenly he notices a few guys attacking someone. They rudely beat him as if trying to sleep forever. The poor boy is crying out loudly through tears and trying hard to break free. The little boy rushes to the young man, hoping to find help with him. However, the protagonist claims that this guy is too weak, so he is not going to help him. The hack winner advises not to rely on someone else's support, but to take the case and overcome everything on your own. So the guy moved on, in search of a place where you could drink a glass. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man in the hood approaches him and turns to him. Noticing the guy looked around from time to time, one-eyed did not resist and asked, "What is he so stubbornly looking for?" The protagonist tells that he wants to find the best tavern where they serve wonderful drinks. In this case, the man decides to hold him to his destination. Therefore, he directs the young man to an unfamiliar place. However, in the place of the tavern, the scoundrel of Hak comes into a whole flock of strong men. It seems that he accidentally found himself in the tiger. It seems the only thing that really upset our hero is the lack of alcohol. The gang children immediately noticed on his outfit that the guy clearly from the wealthy family was not doubted. He is approached by a strong physique and, smiling boldly, proposes to give all his jewelry and then go home quietly. However, the main character is restrained and without unnecessary emotions that he has no desire to do so. Until now, the guy just took something from others, but that someone would take something away from him. It has not happened to him yet. This replica caused a loud explosion of laughter among the men's company. It seems that this man was caressing like a gentle home flower, so he does not understand how the real world is arranged. The leader of the gang commands to his people how to study a self-confident brazen so that he finally learns what a real life is worth. At that moment, the sex man went to frank threats. In an instant, he knocked out a boyfriend from his hand, which he chewed simply during the conversation. In the next moment, the man lifts his hand and encroaches on the main character, ready to strike him with a devastating blow. However, the young man is not going to endure such an attitude. He strongly repels the abuser, giving him a slap directly on the face. The bandits were frozen because they did not hope that this young man was able to withstand them. However, even this light stroke seemed to have caused the guy a wrist fracture. The reconciliation of Hack burned with dissatisfaction. He did not want to embarrass himself in front of a flock of these hooligans. At the same moment, another robber with a knife was rapidly rushing towards our hero. However, the protagonist instantly gives him a shock, strikes the face, and he flies back. At this point, another bandit tries to strike him with a knife, but he instantly intercepts his hand. And then he causes him a powerful blow just in the face. And again, his opponent falls on the ground from a powerful blow. Fortunately, this blow did not cause any harm to our hero. The hack notes how his rivals have nervousness, and the recent passion in their eyes is gradually fading. This time, they decided to attack him in a group. However, the young man was not frightened. Without hesitation, he rushed into a duel with them. The young man rapidly rushed into the battle, skillfully reflecting their blows and cleverly evading the attacks of the opponents. The bandit leader, meanwhile, monitored this merciless clash. The hero said to the man who had not yet learned how to master the internal energy, so he had to rely only on a rude force. Suddenly, Guy pays attention. One of the bandits has not lost consciousness yet. He chokes his own blood and coughs hard. This is terribly annoyed by the boy, so, getting angry, he goes on his head. It seems that the young man has brought great pleasure to watch the torment of his opponents. The Supreme gripped even more fear, because at that moment he seemed to him that he was standing face to face with the devil himself. The hack challenged the leader of the bandits, inviting him to come together in a duel to make sure his own eyes. For the next moment, the bald man rushes to our hero rapidly. However, instead of an attack, he suddenly falls on his knees in front of him and sincerely apologizes. The young man cheered up. As a strikingly enlightening man, life priorities change. The chairman is embarrassed to explain that he thoroughly understands the difficult situation. After all, to stay alive in this world, you need to act carefully and inventively. Once upon a time, there were concepts of honor among the bullies, but now it seems that it remains only a memory. The heck does not intend to trust him. As it turned out, this man hid a knife behind his back. For the next moment, the man rushed at the guy with a weapon, jumping suddenly. The protagonist cleverly bounced sideways, avoiding a dangerous blow. Only a moment, and the disaster would not be avoided. The heck is not going to endure humiliation and is already preparing to answer a decisive attack. Now the leader has finally realized how seriously he complicated his life. Meanwhile, the older brother heard the news that his younger broke towards the lively quarter of the city. However, it seems that the firstborn of the dynasty was quite concerned about his fate. Meanwhile, our hero still searched the tavern and enjoyed a fragrant drink, tasting every sip. However, he drank not alone, but with the leader of that gang. It was covered by the restless thirst. I wanted even more. It seems that the young man is already good. He was annoying that alcohol was over. The head noted that it was a 9th bottle in a row. All the money they had in them have long gone for alcohol and delicacies. The leader is cautious, almost uncertain, asks him to stop, avoiding the extra head. The head also wants to emphasize that excessive alcohol consumption is harming health. In addition, the young gentleman has already drank a lot today. However, the heck did not want to listen. He pushed his enemy with his foot and replied that he had no right to give him orders. The young man threatened the violence if someone dares to lure his orders. It can be said that these bandits were quite lucky, because no one has left alive after a fight with our hero. The guy is boiling from rage. It was necessary to calm down, to take a breath, and to squeeze the glass again. Soon the main character plunged into sleep. Then the bandits decided that their chance to escape, and were going to use this opportunity. Suddenly, the silence cut through an unexpected voice that called them to stop and not to do so. The head was thinking, maybe the young master decided to try them. We need to find out if this is true. The man is cautiously leaning over the heck, trying to see if he really plunged into sleep. Suddenly, someone's voice came to his ears. These were the guards of the kind of reconciliation who arrived to pick up the young owner. The bandits looked around and noticed with fear. There are guards everywhere, and even the eldest son is visible among them. They could not believe their eyes. They put a legendary sword dragon in front of them. Now it became obvious to everyone. Before them, the younger son of the kind of reconciliation. Meanwhile, the protagonist, plunging into a dream, begins to mumble something quietly under his nose. In his delusions, the words about the inhabitants sound. A moment, and his head rapidly covered his mouth with his palms, fearing that no one suspects that they had drunk his force. The eldest son instantly became serious and sharply ordered the bandit to pick up his fucking hands from his younger brother. The head immediately executed the instruction without even hesitation of a second. Suddenly, the hack grabs a man for his wrist and persistently states that the evening is not over. It's time to drink. In a moment, his older brother beats him on his head. He rejects a few meters forward from the frantic force of the man. The senior heir has already warned everyone, stay away from his younger brother. Y also appeared on the scene, immediately catching a sharp aroma of alcohol in the air. At this point, the protagonist has already cleverly pulled on the back of the guard. The protagonist went so with the booze that he almost passed past his older brother, not recognizing him at all. After learning from the girl that he had an older brother, the guy was genuinely surprised. He did not even suspect his existence. Then they carefully carried the boy back home, and the older brother stayed still. Now he intended to study them for mocking the defenseless. In a moment, the shouts of the thugs and the roar of the blows were even outside. The senior heir has just cooked them for dared to violate the tranquility of the young bishop. It seems that the older brother appreciated his younger. The next day, the guy continued his hard workout. His sword merged with his hand so that he seemed to dispose of him instinctively. The movements were so workshops and casual. His strokes were so accurate and steep that wooden dummies were cracking in half from one touches. Only in a moment, all the mannequins were cut and destroyed by his sword. It turned out that the guy's exercises were carefully monitored by his father, and after all, he proudly praised his son. The guy has mastered the 10th level of the art of the Sword of the Lonely Spirit, so now he is quite rightly called a Tigrov blade. Now everyone admires the heir of the clan, considering him an unsurpassed sword master, but no one has no idea that this young man can make him a decent competition. The young man is good at all in order not to betray his father's trust and to live his hope. After that, the young man goes to rest and gather thoughts. The man believes that his son will overcome the dragon of the failure earlier than he had first hoped. The tiger blade overcame the dragon sword. In such a situation, the man will not remain anything more than to overcome the sky that rises above the dragon. Returning home, the protagonist warmed himself with a honey soup. But suddenly he was alerted to the facial expression something was wrong with him. This girl seems to be raging from the insult. If it has something to express, it can say everything openly, without delay. The assistant could not figure out what reason the hack is behaving in a similar way. The guy has not yet had time to heal the wounded hands, and is already breaking up, and immediately gets into a fight. The girl strictly warns the hack, emphasizing that he should take care of his own health. Why is San still trying to instruct the guy, but it seems that it does not bother. The protagonist translates the conversation to another channel and notes that he did not notice any energy pill today. The girl exclaims that these pills, among other things, get a rarity. To get only one such pill, you will have to sell a few ingots of gold. But the young man cannot tread why such an influential and wealthy family like a recess is unable to afford it. Meanwhile, the subordinate visited a mustache and reported that in the fortress, Choelgan was quiet. Nothing suspicious happened, only asked for current affairs. The fortress is ready to support them. Did they not learn to trust this person in the whole 10 years? The man decides to cope with all his own and gives a request so that none interfere in his case. Once upon a time, the family Nagon spent all their fortune to seize a rare pill. Now they have no gold. It seems that their family is about to be on the verge of bankruptcy because for many years the head of the family tirelessly pours water into the whole utensils, in vain trying to keep it all together. The man spoke of their youngest son. It became clear immediately that nothing would come out of him. The whole family treasury is exhausted trying to save this worthless guy. Because of this, he fails to focus on his business. The captured stranger notes that the young owner has recently become quite unusual. The hero is training persistently, and now he decided to get distracted. He got into the city where he was loose. After all, he was drunk home for a deep night. However, a mustachioed man advises not to pay attention to such a fool and not to worry like this. It is hardly surprised to surprise me if this little will soon die. Meanwhile, the hack did not stop doing hard. At that moment he was pulling, working on himself. Today he managed to do without any damage. It looks like his body is gradually adapting to exhausting workouts. You need to find a way to open other energy channels, and you will need a new, powerful pill. However, the family does not have enough money, which complicates the situation. He dreamed of a peaceful life, idleness, favorite things, and easy snack pills. However, his plans went to the screw. It seems that the situation of the family is no longer whatever. In such a situation, first of all, you should focus on finding the necessary information. The young man could not walk the territory freely and ask people, as it would immediately attract extra attention and suspicion. He is looking for someone who could find out the right one, and I remember the existence of black traders. Black merchants are a secret group that specializes in the collection of forbidden or dangerous information. Meanwhile, rumors of yesterday's drunken adventures of our hero have already flew to another guy. The most cuted thing is that he became a library as a home, and to everything he took up training. The man thinks, if you then accepted this magic pill, you would now have reached the level of masters of world scale. However, the guy reassures, they say, the protagonist still not to stand at one level with these people, so there is no sense to worry. However, the man could not hide his interest. He did not suffer with his own eyes to see how the young gentleman feels. The young man only agrees to let him look for a short time, warning that there is only no hassle. The man passed by the boy and, as if intentionally, pushed his shoulder, forcing him to lose his balance and fall. The hack notes that if he has pushed someone, he must apologize for his act. The young man is not able to indifferently go beyond the rude, so gives him a chance to apologize. But this man is not frightened by him and treats everything with indifferent ease. In this situation, the protagonist already resorts to direct threats to use force. The man does not pay attention to it at all and will swing for the next blow in a moment. However, I suddenly feel a sharp slap on the cheek. But the guy does not stop. He will fall asleep his cheeks with new bell slaps once after. The pain was unbearable. The man suddenly lost balance and collapsed to the ground. I am convinced that uneducated people will certainly receive on merit sooner or later. After that, the guy moves away, but the man is clearly not liked. For the next moment, he rapidly rushing forward, pockets on him with a knife in his hand. His idea completely failed. Instead of the expected result, he got a devastating blow with his foot just into the stomach. From a powerful blow, the man was thrown a few meters ago. He crashed into the stone wall from the acceleration, leaving noticeable cracks on it. The guy was in doubts about whether this stranger was really part of their family, because he was settling behind and attacked him by surprise. In general, it does not matter what family he is. Traitors happen everywhere. Nevertheless, the clash should only be started when you know your opponent well and confident. The man was brutally beaten. The blood flowed on the face, and the dark spots of dark hematomas were already blossomed on the body. The hack wondered who really was in front of him. It has passed some time. On the market, the boy of small height paved himself with a fragrant, fresh-baked bun. And here, when the boy is already bringing the bun to his mouth, someone's hand suddenly grabs her from his palms. As it turned out, it was our hero. He looked carefully around, trying to find out where to go to find a mysterious black merchant. He recalls how once such people were always kept in shaded corners. He finds himself in a mysterious place and notices a strange symbol on the wall. He seems to have finally got to where he wanted. As we can see, no matter how long it has passed, underground traders remain unchanged. The man thoughtfully transfers his money. And this month with revenue, there were difficulties. Suddenly, a hack has a heck. He jokingly turns to the merchant, advising him to distinguish brighter. Otherwise, it will be difficult to distinguish him from the average seller. The merchant asked who our hero is, but he left his question unanswered, coldly ignored the interlocutor. In the end, the guy felt the hidden hole, and just in the wall silently opened the door. The trading is stunned. It does not tighten how the guy managed to come across their hidden warehouse with rare goods on the first attempt. The protagonist invites the man to go there to calmly discuss everything. The man appeals to the stranger to depart, explaining that it is forbidden to stay outsiders. The young man was not going to obey his order, so the next moment the merchant with the fury attacked him, grabbing his sword. The fierce fight broke out, but in the end, with our hero, everything was fine. However, during the fight, he was injured, broke his wrist. Meanwhile, the merchant remained in place. His face was completely broken and shabby. The heck reconstruction is considering the surrounding space, studying everything carefully. Here is full of amazing and rare objects, probably not quite honest. At first, the man tried to justify himself, assuring that he bought everything honestly. However, he later could not stand and admitted things were really stolen. The man wondered what led the young owner to such a strange place. The young man, without spending time, he immediately voices his request. He needs information. The Hack Rebellion seeks to hear what has happened in the world over the last 70 years, in particular, how it was possible to overcome the demonic horde. A little time passed, and the main character finally left this room. He could not believe his ears when it turned out that the real winner in the battle with the demons was Dehep, not the Doc at all, where Hep was risked by everyone to defeat the demons and join this battle. For more than a month, fierce fighting continued until the army finally defeated the enemy. However, all this turned out to be a solid omana. The events were distorted, so that now everyone considers the Doc of the King of Demons. The one who once was among the most outstanding, in the memory of people, was turned into one of the most violent monsters. But the hero cannot understand why everything happened. What did you interfere for the course of events at all? From these endless reflections, the main character split the head. It was worth starting with something really significant, not to waste time in a fictional story. In addition, he found out that the Nagan family was the weakest among all large clans. For a long time, they have grazed the rear, and in terms of wealth, they are far behind others. Once upon a time, their family was on top, but over time, everything went to a scrape. Especially in recent years, they have been hit quite a lot. Because of the disease of the younger son, almost everything had to be sold to raise money. The young man was full of joy, considering herself born in abundance and happiness, but all this turned out to be an illusion. In the end, the assistant was searching for the main character, but he is now in extremely bad humor, so you should not approach him. San suddenly announced that it has an important news. The head of the family is urgently called to themselves. Soon, Hack reached the appointed place where his father and older brother were already waiting. At the same time, his gaze was grabbed by a stranger standing with his father. The man called his son, intending to ask him something. The man wondered if it was indeed a Hack so cruelly expelled that he was even fainting. However, the protagonist is silent because it is a name for him, an empty sound. He does not remember it at all. The father appeals to the man not to raise his son's voice, because the guy has to explain everything in detail. This dissatisfied man seems to be his father's brother, that is, his uncle. Suddenly the guy laughed at what surprised the man. He does not fit in his head, as this abomination is able to laugh, brutally breaking the person. But our hero does not think that he was too rigid with him, because he survived. The man addresses the beaten guy asking, "Did our hero really add to this?" It turned out to be really true. The father, broken by grief because of his son's injuries, desperately sought justice. The father tries to find out a hake in the reconciliation whether he really broke his arms and legs, but the reconciliation, without losing peace, assures his innocence and insists that it is slander. Hearing this lie, the guy explodes and denies loudly, all this is not true. The young man looks innocently and says that he did not even touch his finger. The father immediately stands up for the son, denying such accusations and emphasizing that it is a solid fiction. This is only more burning a brother's rage. Does he mean that his own son is now deceiving? The father does not believe that his thin son is able to do serious harm to someone. Only a month passed with a small chipped guy began to recover. Then Mustan thinks, did his ill-beaten son lie to him? In the meantime, the other guy noted that he was trusting CO because he never saw that he was talking about. Here the older brother of the protagonist comes to the fore and states that he trusts his brother. Undoubtedly, a spark of tension slipped between the boys. Our hero noted that the moment is really exciting. He wants to find out who will be stronger if the fight breaks between them. The man with a mustache shouted loudly, ordering the boys to stop immediately and take himself. Now you stand just under the close look of the head of the family, so you should keep yourself in your hands and not afford such boldness. The young man bows low and sincerely asks for forgiveness, confessing that he has been angry for a moment. The man assures that everything is fine because he understands the passionate passion of youth. The older brother of the protagonist approached his uncle and also expressed his apology for the committed. The Hack was quite upset because he wanted to see a fierce match with his own eyes. Suddenly, he was pierced by a strict, difficult look of that man with mustache. The uncle breaks on the boy, putting all the guilt on him. He once again asked the guy, Did he be a fault that he was harmful? The face of the protagonist turns. A mysterious smile appears on the mouth. He asks, with a slight hint of curiosity, "Does that man really seek to hear the truth?" And as soon as the young man decides to confess to everything, he suddenly begins to tear his own blood. This horrifying, spectacular attack leads others to a real shock. Of course, everyone was instantly rushing to his aid. Everyone sincerely believed that the young owner had already gone to the amendment, but unfortunately, everything returned to the old again. The Heck was offered to look at the rainbow and noted that it appeared thanks to his blood. Why San had to immediately take the young man to the room, and in the meantime the head would talk to the doctor. Then the girl led him to the room without delay. And so, when she accompanied him to the room, the guy suddenly choked again. A man boiled from anger at his brother and asked angrily whether he was missing the evidence. He is convinced that his weak son was not capable of causing at least some harm. It is not too good now, so it proposes to move the conversation to another, more convenient time. The father is angry with his son, warning that he must know what a real pain is. After that, they decide to return home. She felt a bitter image because of the injustice that happened to her. However, the father assured that it is worth a little more. They will soon have a chance to pay for a merit. Meanwhile, San still accompanied the guy to his room, when he suddenly felt considerable relief. Instantly grabbing his feet, he sharply pushed the girl, which he was amazed. The young man honestly admitted that he just woke up with a serious illness because he was too lazy to invent some other excuses. The assistant noted that his behavior is becoming more and more unusual every day. These changes were first signed after he was seriously ill. The hack annoyed her, reproaching her that she wasted in vain on nonsense. He strictly ordered, instead of empty chats, let him better prepare a training sword for him. The father learns that everything is fine with the young lord, even if it is difficult to believe. San explained to the eldest son that our hero was simply ill and only recently reached. And now the leader has finally realized his son really gave a puffy so. It's hard to say unequivocally. Even if you remember his workout, it would be difficult for him to win. But if that's the case, then the hack is a real genius. The eldest son is passionate about all this to be reality. Oddly enough, the father also secretly hoped that all this is not a fiction. A little time has passed. The main character went to the forest, hiding away from human eyes to go unnoticed. He wrapped his wrists tightly so that they do not crack and withstand every blow. Subsequently, he finally managed to tighten the bandages tightly. After that, he vigorously swung the sword, checking it for reliability and stability. The ball was quite difficult, so if the guy tied his wrist, he would not have enough. In this condition, it will be extremely difficult for him to compete with any of the brothers. So it is quite too early to relax. Now are not in fiction and plans. First of all, you need to calm the flames that are already getting to the feet. The protagonist began to skillfully wrap his sword, grinding each of his blow to perfection. The reconciliation of the hake rapidly waved the sword, turning the leaves into thin, barely noticeable shreds. The only thing that leads to skill is persistent, tireless workouts. You need to return at least a third of your former power. The power of the Dark King Chanchkon has doubled. Intense training on the verge of survival has been of great benefit. The main character did not stop improving everything that happened to him to strengthen his skills. The young man with such a force was cut by massive tree trunks that they were crashing down. But despite this, the Heck remained dissatisfied with its own results. Perhaps the reason lies in the fact that it has not yet mastered a new weapon. Because it belongs to the kind of reconciliation, it is forbidden to use TAO. It is only necessary to rely on the art of owning a sword, which is famous for their family. The young man seeks to test the art of shining lightning along with the powerful technique of 13 Thunder. He seeks to shorten the duration and make everything concisely, to gather all his power to direct it in one devastating blow. It was equally important to get rid of unnecessary movements. And then, a moment later, the guy dares to try this blow. Then everything around a cloud of dust and smoke. The young man modified some movements of this technique, and now it is no longer possible to call it shining lightning. So he decides to give her a new name, the technique of 3 sword rolls. It will take at least a month to finally master it, but it is set to conclude in 2 weeks. At the same time, it is necessary to work out racks, so it is likely that you will have to extend the training time. The evening dropped to the city. At the table, a man sat thoughtfully, carefully immersed in his reflections or research. It was a father why he called her to himself. He finally completed his job. To manage such limited finances required a great skill and was truly exhausting. The girl felt sadness because it seemed that they had a bad thing with their money. The father assures that he takes care of the financial affairs of the family, so she should not worry about it. The reason why the man invited his daughter was the hack. He was rumored that this young man changed dramatically compared to what he used to. It is difficult not to notice how much he has changed in this 1.5 months is a completely different person. The man is wondering if the young owner is really better than before. In fact, it became much easier for the boy, although he sometimes is too fond of training, which is why he then feels exhausted. In addition, he loves to eat powerful bangs. Why, according to San, did his father invite her because of this medicine? Even for the family, this pill has an extremely high price. Due to the unwavering principles of the head of the family, he cannot afford to act at his own discretion. Why San will certainly take risks, though not sure that he will be able to cope. Warriors like martial arts, but financial support is extremely important for family prosperity. Such people should be a support and reliable support for their loved ones. Then the girl is going to go, but her father stops her question. Is not it difficult to cope with all this? Undoubtedly, it turned out to be a real test, but the girl does not lose faith in her own strength and is convinced that she has to overcome everything. Meanwhile, the night has already prevailed outside. Our hero gently imposes a bandage. In order to master the skill of 3 rolling, he will have to train even more persistently, but unfortunately, the body is no longer obeyed by his will. The reconciliation of Hack addressed Wai Sana, wondering if they still had effective pills. For some reason, a heck fuck is stubbornly not able to reach the girl. At that moment, he sincerely wants to swallow 2 pills at once. However, he is powerless now, so he decides to leave them for later and drink after the workout. As all funds are directed to the second son, the family threatens the financial collapse. The guy decides not to move away from the house this time. He plans to train right in the yard. The hero made the decision to act in this way and sharply stopped by the sword, releasing the powerful scope. However, he only had to try to swing his sword as he felt immediately. His fingers barely hold the arms. Today, his well-being was completely bad, even worse than usual. He decided to rest until the assistant appears with pills because he is not able to continue his workout at the moment. It was unexpectedly revealed that after this time, a mysterious man in a deeply dusted hood was observed by a thumb. However, as it turned out, our hero carefully tracked his every movement. The heck could not understand why he was followed right here in his own possessions. Did this father ordered someone to oversee him? It seems to him that the chapter himself is mixed in everything because he fanatically loves his son. Then, the mysterious stranger in the hood reports about everything that witnessed, a man with a mustache. Undoubtedly, our garden seemed much cheerful than he hoped to see, but this is still not a reason for special concern. Apparently, he simply froze, because of which he missed a blow from the guy. It would be great if he inherited the talents of his older brother a little. The man gives permission to the subordinate to stop tracking for Heck. Currently, the main thing is to carefully prepare for a big design. The man believes that the moment has come to grow the seeds he planted. Suddenly, a strikingly explosive explosion came in the forest silence. The explosion destroyed all the trees that were on his way, and all these events became the fruit of our hero's efforts. However, the hack felt extremely bad. The long journey is waiting ahead, and it will not be easy to overcome it with such an exhausted body. Moreover, workouts with silent trees that do not even answer his blows seemed unbearably boring and innocent. The real taste of the battle is felt only when the moaning of overthrown opponents and the eyes absorb the blood spilled around them. However, the guy does not lose hope. He is sure that once and in his life a happy day will come. In the meantime, he decides to go and accept a couple of effective pills. Hardly stepping into the courtyard, he heard an alarming voice that called him by his name. It was something. The young man was trying to find her and had already made it possible to get rid of the fact that she did not deliver the medicine he needed. However, now it has come to the background. A real catastrophe happened. The elders' meetings have just started, and now they are talking about a possible deprivation of the head of his position. But in fact, the protagonist did not worry at all. All this was left indifferent to him. Sometimes it happens that a person gradually rolls down a life. The constant stay in one place is incredibly exhausting and taking away all the strength. He could not talk about it so distorted, as if it were outsiders. It was his own family. The fact that the leader got into such a difficult situation is partly on the conscience of our hero, because all the resources were spent on obtaining effective pills. If the manager is removed from office, the guy will lose the opportunity to receive these pills. It was necessary to intervene immediately, so the guy Starhead rushed to save the situation. Meanwhile, the elders gathered together and discussed current events. The chairman informs all those present of his intention to heal his own son. Uihen zauważuje, що йому бракує часу на вагання. If he does not reject the young master, he risks losing his position as head of the genus. In such a situation, the man will not hesitate to the role of the head of the family, because for him the preceding of everything, the well-being, and the future of the son. If he is not able to protect his son, how can he be able to take care of the whole family? If it is a salvation for his son, without hesitation, he agrees to leave the position of the head of the clan, but still begs them to allow him not to stop the boy's treatment. However, the brother claims that to give up his responsibilities is not a way out. Leaving the post of chapter means just to escape, but it does not deprive responsibility. The man proposes to carefully consider every act of the leader in the last few years. The elders believe that this is not such a serious matter, and moreover it is superfluous. Someone may think that it is a stale attitude, but a man is convinced that the owner of the home should not spend his money on the child. It seems that a man is convinced that his expenses were not only the treatment of the son, but this opinion should still be justified. The man is shared with all the news. His younger son, who was previously so gentle and fragile, as if crystal, was suddenly admired by the martial arts and training hedge. The elders have already considered that the young man was quite healthy, but then the question arose, what does the head devote all these funds? Now everyone is interested in where the money actually disappears? Suddenly the door to the room dissolves with a loud roar, and so, in front of the eyes of the elder stands a hake, puzzled and not guessing what is happening and what is caused. The leader was raging, because his son appeared here only to ask him to go and not interfere with business. Instead, Mustan was genuinely delighted when he saw that the guy had appeared here. The hero reacted sharply, throwing several harsh words in response, and stated that he almost cried only because he was allowed to stay here. Then the man is directly interested in whether he managed to completely restore all 9 streams. In fact, he has not been able to recover completely, but the condition of the young man has improved significantly. If he continues to take medicines, his health will only be stronger. All the old tires were quite surprised when it turned out that the guy really mastered the martial arts. The mustachioed man advises the boy to give up these pills because their family spends too much money on them. However, the hack Nagogan says that he does not have the slightest desire to take on it. The man is convinced that no matter how much the pills are swallowed, he will not return his health. However, the guy has a completely different point of view on this situation. The man warns, if the boy is at least a little familiar with the martial arts, then it is too early. Hearing this, our hero strongly challenges. He offers battle. This battle will prove that all the potions used by the guy had meaning and were not in vain. Then the man is wondering who he wants to go to the duel. Hearing the reconciliation of Hack declares his desire to compete with the son of this man, everyone around us fades with surprise. Upon learning that our hero intended to call the gun of John, the man laughed at full breasts. For him it was a real holiday. The best moment is not looking. The hack did not sincerely understand what this man laughs at, because he spoke without a single shadow of a joke. The man strongly states that he is ready to accept this challenge, but his father persistently asks his son to stop. Why does he listen to the child's words? But there is no place for empty chats. There are advice in this hall, so every word said is of particular weight. The man was obviously worried and was concerned about the events that took place. Other elders did not stand on the side of the man, noting that everyone should be responsible for their own words. The man did not hide the disappointment. They are well aware of the power of his enemy. But despite this, they are ruthlessly consent. The decision has already been made. The match was assigned the next day. The man was burning with excitement. He was engulfed by the excitement and anticipation of the struggle. The hero requests that if he is a victory, now no one dare to interfere with the affairs of the head of the family. The man agrees, but warns, if the guy is defeated, he will have to answer not only himself, but also his father. Some time has passed, and they were already returning home. The man felt deep anxiety and disappointment because of everything that had happened. The father was convinced that his son would not even know about his own guilt. However, the guy, as it should be expected, was up to date. He invented a brilliant way to solve the problem. Power will solve everything. It was a terribly angry father. It seemed that his son strengthened physically, but his mind seemed completely left. Suddenly, the guy will dare to the stomach and, without hesitation, tells his father that he was hungry. Twilight already enveloped the city, and the main character enjoyed a nutritious dinner. In the meantime, why did the Sana still not give rest? Why was it all over? The guy does not immediately guess that it is a call to fight. Although the boy's body was barely healed after the difficult trials, he immediately rushed into a new clash, risking everything again. The heck did not want to listen to the girl, because her words only annoyed him. She seemed to be convinced that the defeat was inevitable for him. However, this time everything was really serious. The girl persistently advised him to consider his plan well. If he really decided on such, then let him think of how to get out of this fight alive and unharmed. The hero asked her no longer to start this topic and suggested that he follow the medicine instead. San categorically refuses, explaining that he can give him a pill only a week later, but the guy stubbornly insists on his own without giving way. So, the girl advises to leave this pill until tomorrow. She will be useful to him. The father asked Ren to ask that as soon as he noticed that the younger brother was in danger, to intervene immediately in their duel. At this time, Mustan and his son also made a conversation about the coming battle. The young man will move gracefully and confidently, like a predatory tiger that aimed at a light prey, a defenseless rabbit. The man assures that he trusts his son and believes in his strength. This evening, every parent gives his son a leap and inspires him to new accomplishments. Here is a long-awaited day. None of the attendees could still fully realize that this incredible match would take place today. I deliberately give the enemy the opportunity to attack the first, so that he immediately put all his power in his blow. The protagonist drew attention to the adamant confidence of the enemy and firmly promised that it would not leave it unanswered. But in fact, the main opponent, Nagan John, is the reconstruction of Ren. Most of all, he wants to meet him in a duel. In a moment, his father exclaimed loudly, announcing the fight. On the moment, in a moment, everyone who was nearby was frozen on the spot, stunned by what they saw. With only one powerful blow, the scoundrel hack knocked the guy to the ground, but after that, he felt acute pain in his hand. The audience was stunned. What had just happened was left out of their attention, and they could not understand how everything happened. No one ever realized what technique the guy used. The real mystery was how he was completely infirm and weak, managed to carry out the same. Only a month and a half our hero did what others would take 10 years. After this devastating blow, the hand of Hack pierced acute pain. In a moment, Zhong rose to his feet with a burst and exclamedly exclaimed that it was a violation. His opponent started an attack before the team. But the young man states that it was at the moment when the sword touched, everything began. Mustan immediately picked up this opinion, decisively stating that the young man had disrupted the fight, because he attacked before the announcement of the beginning of the battle. Of course, it happened before they planned, but this moment was not of great importance. and some even spoke in support of the boy. The man was angry with the behavior of the elders. They immediately changed their strategy without even thinking. Mustan, with anger, cried on his son, "Do not take your eyes on the crow. I said, get together." The young man sincerely apologizes to his father, confessing that he showed insufficient vigilance. Many people could not believe that Zhong was so easy to defeat, so now everyone was holding their breath in anticipation of the true beginning of the battle. So, accusing words of support, inspiring his brother, and confidently states that he is able to do everything. From now on, the sword tiger is set to stand up for the sake of this battle. The young man decided to deal with all this time and forever. Meanwhile, the hack wagon rushed forward like an arrow, directing his pressure right on the enemy. With one light movement, she stops him, preventing her hand from reaching the sword. Everyone was stunned by the fact that the protagonist did not leave the enemy any chance to even strike. It seems to be a real surprise for everyone. The young man instantly jumped sideways, slipping out of his grip. However, the Hex did not allow him to act freely. He jumped forward and struck a powerful blow to the enemy's stomach. From such a strong blow, the boy was thrown a few meters ago. He could not imagine that something similar could happen to his brother. Everyone was frozen, stunned by what they saw, even forgot to close their mouths for a moment. What just happened seemed to be quite incredible. Meanwhile, his father was quietly proud of his son, not saying words, but his eyes glowed with a happy pride. Due to acute pain in the wrist, the guy tried to strike his elbow, but this joint was already throbbing from pain. Zhong tries to justify himself, assuring that when he manages to get a sword, the victory will definitely be behind him. The protagonist without objections agreed, allowing the opponent to get a sword and demonstrate his skill. These words hurt the boy's pride. Now he is determined to show all the power he is capable of. And in a moment he grabs the sword, preparing for the attack. The new moon strikes, but the guy cleverly and lightly deviates, avoiding attacks. The father does not find a place from anxiety for his son, because this technique is extremely dangerous. John does not stop crazy, but his opponent just plays with him. He laughs fun and cleverly avoids every blow, as if nothing is worth it. The young man does not retreat. It is certain that the opponent will not be able to evade forever. However, the enemy's strokes seemed extremely slow to our hero, so he easily avoided them, maintaining confidence in his movements. The hack mockingly humiliates the opponent, claiming that he is the slowest of all he ever had to fight. He hurts the guy, but despite the image, he persistently goes on the offensive. At this point, the main character gradually approaches him. And so, only for a moment, his eye was blinking, and he is already standing close to him. The heck was already going to strike a powerful stroke, and suddenly realized he was at risk of injuring his wrists again, which cannot be allowed. John immediately noticed that the guy lost vigilance for a moment and decided to attack. However, he cleverly managed to evade even the unexpected blow. In just a moment, his face stirred a powerful blow. However, it was not just an attack. A hack poured one blow to the enemy after another, ruthlessly starting a real flurry of attack. It recognizes these blows, because once the hero made him the same. Only a few seconds have passed, and the teenager is already blowing unbearable pain. He barely stands on his feet. Immediately afterwards, a hack beats him on his head and sharply asks who gave him the right to sit without permission. After this powerful blow, the enemy with the deaf moan falls to the ground, and our hero suddenly explodes with tears. He could not stand the pain caused by his own hand. It seems that the enemy's power has been giving fear in John, and now he was swept by a wave of uncertainty. Suddenly, the young man realizes that he had a sword in his hands all this time. It could be used, not to put their fists. The audience's anxiety. They are already thinking about whether it is necessary to intervene and stop young men. Almost without thinking, the hack threw the ball sideways. John has anxiety. Is the enemy going to use the vagina for some insidious trick? It turned out that the guy intended to study his opponent. The audience froze in a place struck by an incredible sight that unfolds before their eyes. The protagonist is full of hatred and fierce because this guy was dared to challenge him. He was stunned by what he saw at this moment. In addition, his heart was anxiously shrugging because of his brother's thoughts. It passed for a while, and Nag and Hack stopped beating him. The guy's hand was already tired of blows. Jong barely kept on his feet. His face was covered with numerous bruises and traces of cruel beating. But the story has not ended. The main character has another hand. Anxiety has increased in the audience. If it goes so, the guy may die. You need to intervene immediately and stop it. Jong desperately pleaded with the enemy to stop, but instead the rival rushed at him, struck by both hands at the same time. So he constantly covered the poor man with blows, not even resting him. Suddenly, a mustachioed man, covered with rage and anxiety, exclaimed, commanding everyone to stop immediately. The mustachioed man, with a sad silence in his voice, resigned with the defeat of his son in this battle. The Hack hoped that after the said man would no longer be able to deviate from his own words. Suddenly the young man fainted and glowed to the ground. The forces left him so much that he could not even move. Hot blood flowed on the body. In the eyes of a man with mustache, tears were splashing. He was infinitely worried about his own son. The hero ordered to take away the wounded immediately and immediately start treatment. The next few days will be waiting for difficult trials. The news that earlier the painful reconciliation of Hack overcame Jean's furnace himself immediately dispersed into all corners. It is said that the one who overcomes energy flows has a chance to become the strongest warrior on Earth. So it is the Heck that is referred to in these words. He really managed to conquer the world and become the most outstanding of all. From this young man can grow the most powerful sword that their family knew. However, his father remained cautious in his feelings. In his opinion, it is too early to celebrate the victory, because the son only won a small twist. But this is a great progress. More recently, the Hack Nagan could hardly hold the spoon, and now won the duel, and even against John's fake himself. Everyone began to consider our hero an unsurpassed genius. The man glowed with pleasure. A wide smile stretched from ear to ear, and his joy was written on his face. Therefore, the man seeks to emphasize that the circumstances are far from the lungs, but he is convinced that now the most important thing is to unite and support the young owner. The man says these words because he understands how difficult it is to master the martial arts in such a short time. His son really deserves praise. Not only the skill, but also the infinite courage and the proper mood of the young man are impressed with their scope. Meanwhile, Jong Nagin has already been provided with immediate help. His whole body was tightly wrapped with bandages. The father went to the room, wanting to make sure his son feels. Jong's Redeem was diagnosed with 14 fractures and 13 bone cracks. His body is covered with numerous bruises and slaughter, so there can be no question of a full recovery in less than 2 months. If the guy was not a warrior, but just an average person, he would have died for a long time. And not once, but 3 times. It was because of his youth that he was able to head the family. And now his own child brutally extinguished his sons. The man swore never forgive the reconciliation of Chanchon for all that he did with his son. Meanwhile, the protagonist easily poured into himself the oceans of alcohol. There is nothing better after a good warm-up than a sip of alcohol. The protagonist noted that on his face, something was missing an unusual expression, although the girl seems to have no idea what was discussed. He noticed how a suspicion flashed in the eyes of a helper. Wai San seeks to find out what hidden technique he was used by the Hack, but he does not realize what she is asked. The fruits of his workouts were astonished so much that it was hard to believe. Why does San seek to unravel how the young gentleman managed to overcome the sword? However, the leader does not even see a terrible tiger in the enemy. He is more reminiscent of a defenseless kitten. Why does San generally assume that the senior heir changed and secretly participated in a duel instead of a hake? But from such words, the hero of the splash throws in a girl. If she has enough time for empty chats, then let it better give him a little more flavors, because can you drink without a proper snack? However, the girl did not have something to bring him. She was angry, slammed the door so that the walls shuddered, and left the room firmly. The Hack is convinced that once he managed to defend the place of the head, With medicines now everything should be fine. At the same time, it does not leave anxiety about the financial difficulties of the sectile. The hero inadvertently thinks whether he was taken away from alcohol when he notices his hands suddenly became unnaturally blue and the protruding veins are anxiously pulsing under the skin. And in a moment, the reconciliation of Hack suddenly grabbed his chest, trying to breathe the air as if he had suddenly lacked his breath. The young man instantly felt his energy flow suddenly. The reconciliation of Hack I will not dare why he is hiding, because the young man was only recently able to direct energy through the body for the first time. The protagonist realizes that it is necessary to act immediately, otherwise he will be completely closed in himself. Suddenly, our hero is noticed by the guards. In surprise, they stop their gaze on it. It is unclear why he wanders here in the middle of the night. Suddenly they stop, looking carefully at his tired, frightened, and strange face. He does not look away from them. The young man called on the guards in anger, demanding to explain where they hide the medicine. The guards looked confusedly without knowing what to answer. The hack swollen rushed in search of medicines despite nothing, scattering everything that happened. He cannot understand why everything is so. He cared so hard about this body, and now it returns to its original state again. Only the technique of the Dark King Chanchon is not enough. The boy is definitely the necessary pills to keep himself under control. If he is lucky to find the medicines he needed, all problems can disappear in an instant. Soon the guy found the necessary pills. They lay in the chest. For a long time he swallowed them all at once. Meanwhile, a man with a lush mustache, immersed in thinking about recent events, was walking on the street. Today they have been delivered medicines of exceptional quality. He deliberately set aside money for them, because now, after all, their requirements for our hero have increased even more. The doctor assured that these pills will allow him to carry out supporting treatment of the boy throughout the year. Mustan passed passionately that this would be true. If they really manage to heal a young owner, it will greatly strengthen his own position. Imaging how brightly and beautifully spread the way in front of him, the man explodes with joyful laughter. However, before you go, he decides to throw his eye on his valuable pills again. As the man approaches the door, they suddenly explode, as if the invisible force breaks them into piles. A man with a mustache tries to understand what is happening around. The guards also rush to the medicines, trying to find out the cause of the loud explosions. Soon, thick black smoke with a sharp reflective smell was filled. Thick, like night, black smoke hung in the air. The guards froze in surprise because what unfolded in front of them shocked to the depths of the soul. They saw you, a young sir from whom black smoke was rising, and the young man shouted loudly. Instantly, exhausted, he fell directly into the ground. The guards were confused and worried because they could not understand what was happening to the young master. In their eyes with the body of the boy began to occur striking changes. His muscles increased markedly, exacerbated and swollen, and thick, embossed, lived on the skin. It is necessary to inform the head immediately of everything that is happening here. The hack calmly reports that he had died and then returned to life. Finally, he kneeled down. Now there was no sign of pain on his face. Only a moment passes, as he is half-heated and a gesture reassures the guards, reporting that it feels much better. The guards are embarrassed to find out what happened. They think from where the explosion and a dark smoke ball came from. Suddenly a man with a mustache explodes, noticing that there was no pill in his chest. The main character in a calm tone confessed that he had absorbed everyone. While the guy was talking, a dense black smoke broke out of his mouth. The mustachioed man annoyedly noted that it was not necessary to let them without his permission. The hack does not agree with this, because it confidently understands the capabilities of his body better than anyone. Having said this, he turns and goes away. Mustan does not hold back tears. Despair covers him because he realizes everything has been completely fiasco. Now a man has doubts about his own future. He almost does not believe that he is waiting for better times. Why, meanwhile, she made his way to a darkened corridor to the young owner, carrying him a dish. But opening the door, she frozen in surprise. There was no one in the room. Suddenly, the assistant notices him on the roof of the building and cannot hide the surprise. She could not see how he could get there. The young man asks her to refrain from teachings, confessing that he chose this place precisely to stay alone with his thoughts and find peace in silence. The angry girl is evil. Do what he pleases. The road to you is open. Go from here. Last time, the hack only partially destroyed the energy flow, 2 little pills for a final breakthrough. The guy realized that the real key to solving the problem lies in pills. In any case, now he has punched everything carefully, so the hole should no longer close again. In a moment, the guy jumps from the roof like a ball straight to the ground, and it is at this moment that the guy feels his bones seem to become stronger than ever before. Now the joints were no longer slipping out of places and even stopped clicking. It seems that everything hidden in these stresses is finally released. He has no idea how huge his energy will become as soon as he manages to break through all the streams. The young gentleman's health is said to be significantly strengthened, and he is enthusiastically enthusiastic. It is usually believed that the talent is not manifested immediately, and it seems that this is how the heck has happened. He simply opened later than others. All this was made possible by the insight of the elders, for which he is sincerely grateful to them. The present can still not recover from the exceptional abilities of the young ruler. Everyone is delighted with what great accomplishments this young man will be comforted in the future. Finally, the moment has come to the essence. They turn to the head with a direct question. For what purpose did he collect them? The father believes that the son has already demonstrated his power, so he seeks to entrust him with a small detachment. The elder recognizes that the abilities of the young man are really delighted, but believes that he is still lacking in experience to join the elite. Other men also supported the opinion of the chief elder. They agreed that the hack will be able to earn their trust when they gain more experience. The man thinks about his greed and decides that it would be worth listening to the advice of elders. Suddenly, a mustachioed man calls and suddenly advises them to rely on this young man. According to the head, the ability of the young owner is really exceptional, so there is no reason to become hindering. However, some still do not accept it and consider this decision too hasty. Our hero was not only able to conquer powerful energy flows, but also to win. Even if the guy's attempts are futile, this experience will certainly become a valuable lesson for him. The elders did not think long before agreeing. In these words, there is really rational grain. The man gratefully expressed his sincere gratitude for their words. Mustan explained that he did so for the welfare and heyday of his family. Now it was necessary to decide which army would trust the heck. Suddenly, a mustachioed man announces that he is ready to give the power of the army of a lightning dragon, which causes a sincere surprise to all present. The mustache is convinced that the young gentleman would have coped with this army perfectly. After that, the father seems to be anxiety. He is silent in confusion, unable to pick up a single word. The army of lightning dragon is a real headache for their family. It includes solid scoundrels that have not yet been able to give advice. Everyone is stunned by the fact that a man really intends to instruct such a complex army to an inexperienced newcomer. In fact, Mustan was initially going to convey this army of Zon, but after defeat in battle, he decided that Hack deserved this responsibility. The elders thought the idea seemed logical to them. They agreed that this is a great opportunity to try the talents of a young owner. All you have to do is wait for the head verdict, but it is likely that he will refuse. To take over such an army is too difficult. The father is aware that he should refuse now, and all the respect that his son has gained so hard will certainly be in danger. The mustachioed man watches his brother closely with his wicked look, eagerly waiting for him to say next. Upon learning of this, the hack is not upset at all. On the contrary, he is happy to hide them. The father warns, this army is not at all like obedient guys. Their lives pass in constant fights, and discipline is alien to them. They are not at all inclined to obey orders. The father also points out that these guys have long gained bad fame, and faced with them, the usual ways do not work. The hero believes that you can solve everything simply by studying these scoundrels. However, when the father reminds that they were already trying to act, the guy thinks that they were probably not sufficiently harsh. Suddenly the air cuts the loud noise. Someone is desperately sounding for help, turning to the head. A young man flew into the room where two men were already talking at the table. It brought extremely important news. The young man is shared by the news. The army command was entrusted to a young panic, but it only causes a general explosion of laughter among those present. The attendees were impressed to the depths of the soul, learning what the decision was made at the Council of Elders. The head guessed that these meaningless elders intentionally sent the boy to a faithful death, leaving him in the army. It seems that it is time to remind them again who they really are, that they do not forget it. However, it is not necessary to underestimate this young man. In the previous duel he played the sword tiger himself. The man wondered if there was at least someone who was watching the battle in their own army. Unfortunately, no one has met him since then, because on that day everyone was swaying and sleeping up to the evening twilight. The head is indifferent what his essence is. Whoever gets up, these people still will not allow you to change anything. The young man decided that the leader thought to pounce on the young owner, so he received a kick immediately. After all, they are real warriors, and in no way would allow themselves. The elder decided to show this boy what a real life is. Suddenly, someone's voice comes to their ears. The scene makes men get away with surprise. Our hero appears in front of them, who has already caught passages of their conversation. At first, the head does not recognize who is in front of him, but as soon as he is a young gentleman, everything is falling into place. Without hesitation, he confidently joins the company at their table without even waiting for the invitation. The hack swing looks much stronger and more cheerful than they were told. The protagonist asked him to pour a little drink, and he was fed immediately. The head is wondered if the young man was able to master the energy flows. The guy shares that he initially reached him, but the opponent tried to defend himself again, so he had to make even more effort. He came to the conclusion that in order to master new flows, he urgently needed a team of reliable and devoted associates. The head ordered that they would only pretend that they obey the young gentleman, and he, in turn, should give it, as if he really controls everyone. Our hero wondered if they planned to continue to have fun as boldly and dirty. His question immediately embarrassed and became angry. But the leader stops him instantly, because they are faced with a young master. Their army is not like the usual. The soldiers have grown in poverty, full of doubts and often talk about their troubles. The young man began to make fun of them, which deeply touched the head and caused him crazy anger. The protagonist states that he will turn these neither into true elite soldiers. The heck felt the air in the room suddenly became tense. All present surrounded him, and on their faces he realized his words got into the very apple. The leader, along with his detachment, is preparing for retreat, because if they are scattered, he will not be able to restrain them. The man hardly holds himself in his hands, and his friends try hard to quench him. However, the young man failed to hide his feelings. Emotions took the mountain. Now he is eager to study this self-confident young man. Without a moment, the leader sprouts the enemy's attack on the enemy. However, our protagonist instantly cuts him down with one accurate stroke in the jaw. The force of the impact was so powerful that the man was literally thrown from the second floor. Everyone was crazy about their leader. Now they all sought to pay for their leader. All the warriors closed the ring around him, but our hero did not get discounted. On the contrary, a smile blossomed on his face. But suddenly, in seconds, they were all unconscious on the floor. Obviously, they understand what devotion means. They immediately defended their leader. However, it seems that everyone here seems to be quite reckless if he dared to fit into a fight, realizing the obvious advantage of the enemy. Two guys who still kept on their feet and saw it with their own eyes, they just numb. Suddenly, one of the soldiers dumped on the floor was indignant that the use of weapons was unfair. However, the main character does not perceive wooden sticks as a real weapon. And to speak frankly, they behave unfairly. This removes the warrior from himself, and he states that he will be killed rather than obey someone's orders. No one follows this, and everyone is genuinely surprised, as the heir of a noble family is able to show such cruelty. The heck reconstruction without hesitation threw a wooden wand right in the young man's buttocks. The boys think about how to proceed and what step to take in such circumstances. Despite fear, the boys were aware. It was time to defend the honor of their friends and pay for them. But the young man ran out of his sticks, so the perfect moment for an unexpected attack came. And in a moment they rapidly rushed on the offensive. Some were directed to the left, others to the right. However, our hero cleverly slipped from their attack, and one jump came out. Now his moment has come to strike opponents. Men noticed tiny sticks in his hands, and immediately realized they are threatened with great trouble. A little time has passed. When the head came to his senses, his gaze stopped on a strange net that fluttered before his eyes. He immediately rushed to awaken his friends. It turned out that they were all firmly tied and hung helplessly in a large grid swinging over the dance of water. All this time, our hero watched them closely from the shadow. The warriors, feeling some anxiety, sought to find out what the protagonist intended. The men raised a noise, shouting that they would not forgive him so much. At the same moment, the young owner sharply pulled the lever, and the trap with the warriors frozen in it rapidly plunged into the water. Men, having frozen from surprise, stopped breathing instantly, fearing for their own life. The young man watched the water surface with a smile and counted with a smile. In a moment, the hack was sharply pulled your tackle, and now the fishing net quickly rose from the water surface. The young man overwhelmed the joy, and he looked at the men with hope, hoping that they finally fell. The men went threatened with him, demanding that he release them, but our hero did not even pay any attention. He was absolutely different. Instead, he once again pulled the lever, and the grid fell into the water again. Sand sincerely struck the fact that the guy really put into life, which he had only mentioned. If the guy just tried to scare them, nothing would work out. It is necessary to act more decisively. The girl notices that the young owner is overly holding the warriors underwater. She thinks that they may not stand and get out of the lack of air. The girl is noticeably nervous and asks to get them, but the guy instead fills another glass. Why is a real panic? He sincerely believes that the warriors are doomed to die. Later, the heck removes them from the water abyss. Breathing on full breaths, men greedily grab the air. Now, the army is set to hear closely what the young man wants from her. It turns out that the protagonist sought for absolute obedience on their part. However, the warriors did not think to accept such conditions. They sought freedom and demanded immediate release. In response, the Hekri immersed them in the water, and he asked to pour another glass of strong. The soldiers believe that it is only necessary to endure. A young gentleman is unlikely to raise their hand. They sincerely believe that real patience can overcome any obstacles. However, the guy still does not raise them to the surface, and the air supply in the lungs is constantly exhausted. Did he really think of drowning them? The protagonist pulled his comrades out of the water, giving them the opportunity to breathe freely. Of course, they immediately exploded, stating that they would not obey the young master in the world, even if they have to give life. And in a moment, the reconciliation of Hack again pushes the army into the water. Once they are killed, please. A few minutes passed, and men were pulled out of the water again. They were choking, desperately trying to restore their breath after swallowing water. The protagonist watched with the delight of how they tormented. The army stubbornly refused to obey, so Nag and Hack mercilessly immersed them in the water. The grid, along with people, plunged into the water to a considerable depth. Men are well aware that you can lose life here because a young gentleman is capable of the most unforeseen actions. After several such harsh techniques, the warriors eventually recognize their defeat. They assured that they say quite sincerely, their pain was real and deep. But the guy remained distrustful to their promises, so he again lowered them into the water. It has passed some time. The Hack released them from the tenet and carefully moved to the shore. In fact, the guy suggested that their detachment would suffer at least a few losses, but the warriors were much more stable than he expected. The despair leader falls to his side in front of the hero and swears in the faithful service until the end of his days. Other members of the detachment also approach their leader. get around and swear in dedication and willingness to serve him. The hack is genuinely convinced of this, but believes that only the death of one of the soldiers can be a real confirmation of these words. The young man is convinced that it is worth getting rid of a few people, and the rest will certainly obey him, afraid to break the established order. However, unfortunately, they are all too arbitrary here, so something will take something for sure. The leader could not understand the meaning of this ceremony because the warriors had already swore allegiance to him. But the hex remains relentless. He coldly commands them to determine the one who has to sacrifice. The abbot advised the young man not to hurry because they need a little time to think. However, the hack does not waste moments. In a moment, he will wave with a lightning determination with a sword. It is quite sure that the head has condemned himself to the fate of the victim. Other warriors froze in horror, their leader mercilessly killed in their eyes. Meanwhile, thick blood flowed from the forehead of the frightened man. In an instant, all his life flashed into his eyes. Today, the drink was so good that the young owner decided to postpone the execution of the best opportunity. Meanwhile, she joined the company again, taking with her a new portion of alcohol. He touched the girl with his sword on her head, reproaching her for so much with his drink. The assistant began to justify itself, assuring that getting so much alcohol was a real test. The young gentleman stopped and looked around, noticing that the army suddenly moved from here. The leader begins to justify himself, explaining that they just wanted to rest a little. Instead, he gets a powerful slap in the face that throws it back. It seems that the warriors have not yet realized what their real place. The hack did not give them a moment of rest. The leader, in a trembling voice, recognizes that all responsibility lies with them. Before leaving, the hack assigned the task. You need to pick up one thing. It turns out that this giant machine had to pull with you. This apparatus was created for the military, so they should return it. Hearing this stunning news, everyone was frozen with open mouths. This was extremely difficult, but thanks to the common perseverance, men still managed to pick up this cumbersome structure, and the top was comfortable on top. All of them had not easy, but our hero constantly managed the team without losing confidence. The main character strictly orders everyone to behave more carefully. Alcohol pours over the edge of the bowl. It seems easier to die than to wear such a bullying. At dawn, when the village was still downtaking, one of the subordinates was in a hurry to the elder to pass on to him the alarming news of the approach of a thunderstorm dragon. A smiling man with his mustache, of course, decided that the hack had fallen in a case with a warring army. A frightened subordinate in a trembling voice said that the appearance is just nightmare. Then a bold man with a mustache asked how much our hero got and how long it would take to recover. It seems that the elder has not interpreted something. It was not about a young man, but about an entire army of a thunderstorm. All the warriors undoubtedly obeyed this boy. Hearing these words, the man has struck his mouth, unable to hide his surprise. Meanwhile, the protagonist in comfort was enjoying the appetizing meal. The hack was exclaiming in the whole voice, stating that he was hearing nothing. He ordered his subordinates to proclaim his boundless devotion. Although the warriors were harder, they stubbornly kept this burden on their shoulders and reassured again and again of their dedication. The young master is set to bring them to the limit of the possible one, so that no one has a chance to go wrong. Why cannot understand where the guy from so much cruelty can come from? It every time impresses her to the depths of her soul. It seems to the boy he has not yet finished forming this army to the desired perfection. The most effective way to force the enemy to capitulate and instill a true horror in it. Only when the true horror goes to the bones will they understand how they will have to submit to him. Meanwhile, they were carefully monitored by the eyes hidden among the pile of old tires. It was difficult to imagine that the thunderstorm dragon so conquered the whole army. But this is not the whole story. Every time they were not happy to guess the right number, the protagonist added another climb to their task. This rule applies to the final number. It is simply not voiced. It remains unspoken. For example, when the number of 20 fell, only 19 was allowed to count. No numbers could no longer be shouted. Almost someone did not obey his order, as the guy immediately multiplied the figure several times. They took a breath from these words. They were so cruel. Several old tires have already met them earlier and were genuinely glad, seeing that there was finally someone who was able to adhere to this restless army. The man was sincerely surprised that we, the elders, were satisfied with this. Moreover, they confessed that they are pleased to see how hard we train. However, this man is not at all. That is not reminiscent of training, rather abuse. It seems that the idea to harm the young owner with the help of the army suffered a complete fiasco. The man ordered him to call the commander of the army, Henmu. The man is convinced that his idea has not yet failed, and he will certainly lower the enemy to the bottom. The evening has already dropped to the city. The exhausted warriors entered the tavern and dispersed at the tables, seeking at least for a short time to rest on a difficult day. The boys did not have the strength at all. They lacked energy to even bring a spoon to their mouth. It was necessary to have a little snack to restore the vodity and strength. Suddenly, someone pushed the head, and his plate with a soup with a roar flew to the priests. He cast a fierce look at the stranger that he roughly pushed him away. The man asked, confessing that he did not even suspect how exhausted he was. The head froze from the surprise when the head of the army, Henmu, was put before his eyes. However, the man insisted that he would leave him alone, explaining that he has no desire to communicate now. He was striking how humble the warriors of the Thunder Dragon became. The young master appeared to them surprisingly harsh. Another man was annoyed with these words. However, the man advised his friend to hold back and not attract extra attention, because it was unknown what to expect from the Hex Cheek if he learned about their act. The man is aware that it is worth knowing how anger and severe punishment to them. Hen was stunned, seeing that the army was really ready to silently wear it all. The elder advised Henmu to show restraint and go to lunch quietly, and instead of stopping, he even annoyed him with his pranks. The head tried hard to keep himself in his hands, but Hen called him an obedient dog who immediately ran to the call of a young owner. Immediately the man grabs him by the collar and already swings, preparing to strike. However, the leader stops in a moment before the impact. Although it is difficult for him to restrain his anger, the provocateur only increases the tension, igniting the conflict even more. It is at this moment that the main character comes to the room, convinced that the head was about to arrange a fight. All who were nearby were amazed to the depths of the soul, seeing the young owner here. The hack was surprised. Why did everyone suddenly put their food off? It seemed that his presence seemed to knock everyone out of the panther. The Hake addressed the Henmu and the head, asking for what purpose they gathered here. The man immediately began to justify himself, assuring that he only tried to straighten him with a remembering collar. However, Hen said, stating that the man grabbed him by his neck and immediately began threatening. Then our hero returns to them and declares that they will bring the case to the end. Whatever it is, if they have already taken up the fight, they have to bring the case to the finals. But if someone is failing and he loses, it is better not to appear in front of the main eye, otherwise the troubles are definitely not avoided. Leaving a loud sound, he resolutely closed the door and left the room. Taking advantage of the hero's consent, his head hit Henmu, from which he immediately fell on the floor. Now the man is okay to break them all for being watching their disgusting tongues. However, Henmu warns that their actions will not go without consequences. This time they will definitely not come out of the water. But the army did not stop it. Indifferent to everything, the warriors were torn in an instant for a moment. Death strokes are heard, no one is pity here. A real fight broke out in the tavern. They desperately gammed each other, knowing neither pity nor hesitation. The clash was not joking. The blood was really pouring in a reel. The man was fluttering on the enemy, and he never managed to repel them. A moment later, he struck a powerful blow to the face and rapidly bounced away. They easily threw enemies at each other, as if they were soulless balls, not living people. Henmu commanded his soldiers to strike in response to the enemies. Nothing to fear, because Hen had a much larger number of subordinates at his disposal. However, the army did not pay attention to the numerical advantage. It was only one desire, to pay for the humiliation of its own dignity. The man sewed the enemy with a scope, squeezing his face straight into the floor. The fight was over. 5 were only light scratches, while 23 people were injured in moderate severity. It seems that this crowd no longer do without the intervention of doctors. The man was sincerely stunned and could not understand how it became possible at all, because they were all one family. Everyone felt disappointment, because at first they were convinced that our hero broke an army of a formidable thunder dragon. Втім, реальність виявилася зовсім іншою. If the hack find out a way to explain everything, everyone will listen carefully to his version of events. The young gentleman does not see anything wrong in a fight between the boys. That is how they gain life experience. And among the soldiers of the dragons is not without the wounded. However, some are convinced that this was not quite fair. This is unfair because there were only 3 slight injuries in the thunderstorm of the thunderstorm, and 4 were injured. The hack was stunned by the fact that only 7 fighters have coped with his subordinates. It is angry with such a shameful result, he decides to strictly punish his own warriors. The explanation here is superfluous, because it is the heck that heads the piece of the thunderstorm, and therefore all the fault lies on his shoulders. He has to answer. The elders are convinced that the whole army of the thunderstorm dragon deserves punishment. The mustache, with a treacherous smile, rejoices from the disaster that has beaten a hack, because he is convinced that this defeat will destroy the young man's reputation. However, the young man does not agree, because it was the warriors of Hen who provoked the conflict, and they did not intend to silently wear strokes. The elders think a little and eventually agree. The guilt lies on who was the first to ignite the quarrel. Mustan was boiling from rage. He was indignant that the elders believed so, without doubt. The man insisted not to be distracted from the essence of the conversation. They finally determined who would be responsible for these events. The protagonist states that if he is responsible, he will accept it without hesitation. He runs the army of the thunderstorm, so he is ready to accept his punishment. However, those who provoked this conflict should also be responsible for their actions. The protagonist was interested in who was responsible for Hen's army. It turned out that the army was responsible for this. It looks like a young gentleman invents some intrigue. The hack seeks to achieve justice, that anyone who is guilty of this is decently punished for their people's actions. After all, the family of the reconciliation is famous for its unwavering devotion to the truth. The hell of Peck boiled from rage because this scoundrel deliberately distorted the whole situation. So, he decided to get it to the man, although at the heart he doubts whether something would come out of it. Everything happened because of careless, passionate words, so is it worth understanding everything too harsh? It is better to let each manager be rightfully preparing and punishing his subordinates according to guilt. All the elders agreed with this thought, deciding not to make a big problem with the little things. The hero with a self-confident smile bowed low and confirmed that the naggin of Beaks saw everything right. The man does not intend to forget this image. He will certainly pay off the boy for what he said, making his revenge. Meanwhile, the guards froze in the dungeon. If they guessed that everything would turn into this way, they would certainly be ate plenty of, because now everyone is well hungry. Another guy wondered how in a similar situation you could take care of food when they may be expected to be a cruel punishment. The leader tried to support his brothers, encouraging them so that they would not lose hope. It is at this moment that the door of the room dissolves, and the guard announces that everyone present is free. The soldiers could not believe that they were so easy to release. They cannot believe that they will be allowed to leave this place without any punishment. Some even suspect that there was no intervention of the young gentleman here. After this thought, the tension disappeared. Everyone has relaxed significantly. How wonderful when the one who is able to support you is. However, the leader treated it with distrust and noted that it is too early to regret. It seems that the vast majority of the fighters are already fully supported by Haksham. In a moment, the security guard clarifies. The young master will decide how to punish his subordinates. Upon learning of this, the spark of hope instantly faded in their eyes. It was so scared by everyone that they decided it is safer to stay behind the bars than to go out. None of the prisoners wanted to leave the camera. Everyone was convincing the furniture, while the guards tried to get them away. and so, after all, you never managed to break free. As soon as they appeared, a heek was bowed, they all worshipped, showing their sincere respects and respect for his face. The guy had already heard the news that his subordinates did not want to leave prison. Men immediately began to seek excuses, hoping to avoid even more punishment. The young man does not even try to find out what happened. On the contrary, it seems as if nothing has happened. As it turned out, the young master did not intend to punish the warriors. Everything he did was just played the performance for the elders. The boys sighed with relief, the burden as if he had slept from their shoulders. Suddenly, the hex fracture stopped at the box that lay in fate. He fell to look inside and find out what was hidden there. When the guy was digging a box, unusual shackles suddenly fell from him. In the meantime, the reconciliation of Peck was still boiling from the rage because of the boldness of the guy who dared to insult him. The stranger in the hood tried to cheer him up a little. From now on, our hero should be treated more closely, because the elders finally began to listen to his words. The man in the hood thinks that the elder shows the boys extra interest, and believes that this guy does not deserve such attention. However, the excitement did not leave him, because the hack is the son of his brother. The more the power of the nephew grows, the more the influence of the head of the family itself becomes. The person in the hood is convinced that in this family no one is able to overcome it. This means that it will choose, albeit a leisurely but effective method, to overcome the opponent. Meanwhile, the thunderstorm soldiers started training. Wearing heavy shackles on their feet, they moved forward, running in a circle and testing their own endurance. The protagonist shook the orders sharply, adjusting them to accelerate the step. The warriors were exhausted to the edge and began to doubt whether they were in vain to escape from the prison labette. Several months have passed, and with the onset of cold, life became unbearable for Hack, who courageously struggled with illness during this difficult period. Why, the dream brought a treat to the young owner. However, the guy seems to have not worked at all. He curled under the blanket near the fire, trying to warm up a little. The young man felt a wave of disappointment when he found that there was no piece of meat left on the table. San, with a calm tone, explained that their family is experiencing difficult times and now cannot afford meat. In winter, the case is getting worse. Costs are steadily increasing and profits are less and less. In addition, the fact that the family provides the boy with effective medicines is of great importance. The guy should not take the medicine yet. He has just drank them too much, so you need to wait for the body to handle it. The hex began to rest and be angry, and Soma John was unwilling to hold his position. Winter seemed fierce. Mel mercilessly, and the men on horseback, despite the bad weather, drove somewhere forward. But suddenly their path broke, no longer go. Right before the eyes, a mysterious mesh appeared which barked the road. Suddenly the attack broke out, an unknown fiery object in men, and at the same moment they were surrounded by a burning ring. The frightened people suddenly noticed the foreigners in front of them. The head of the detachment suspected that these strangers are none other than thieves who are robbing. After that, he ordered his subordinates to flee immediately because these people are real. But the bandits did not think to let them out unspeakly. They were already preparing to attack. The man rapidly rushed to him with his sword, but he was able to skillfully repel the attack. These horses came from the stables owned by the Nagan family. However, even this could not stop the man. For a moment, the unhappy rider from the back, the spears were punched. After that, he suddenly fell into the snow, as if inanimate. The bandits did not sympathize with these people at all. On the contrary, they were pleased with the helpless confusion of the victims, and they only laughing at their suffering. Another fighter, angry with the boldness of the opponent and the death of the brother, also rushed to the attack, saying revenge. But the robber killed a ridge without any effort, who tried to hurt him. In an instantaneous an unhappy man falls into the snow without strength, as if beveled with an invisible hand. Mountain robbers cannot tolerate when they are called robbers, because such words spoil their mood. Realizing that the situation became critical, the combat group decided to retreat without delay. It was at this moment that the troops of the clan Nagan appeared on the help. The leader of the mountain robbers cold-blooded ordered them to destroy them all. As soon as his order came, everyone immediately rushed to the head in the direction of the army. However, the army of the clan Nagan demonstrated great power. They are quite capable of causing serious harm to robbers. The leader of the mountain robbers was stunned to see how powerful the army of horns was, and only he admired an unexpected fight, as he suddenly felt someone's knife sliding to his throat. Before them was a warrior who strictly warned if the robber dared to resist, he was at risk of losing his head. Do they really think that the bandits attacked the horses of the Burns just so, for no reason? Suddenly, while the man was inattentive, he is rapidly attacked from the rear. Fortunately, he managed to repel this sudden attack in time. In fact, it was extremely difficult for him, so he mobilized all his willpower not to break. A stranger suddenly attacked a man in a red dress. However, unfortunately, the war of the warrior quickly lost, and the next moment the enemy struck. With this blow, he simply stopped the man in half. The man rushed blood. The situation seemed hopeless. The help was already in vain. It became clear from the first glance. This man in the suit is far from the usual robber. His skill is simply astounding. The warriors conquered fast views on each other, thinking what step to take the next one. Immediately, two fighters rushed to the enemy, attacking it at the same time on opposite sides. Men were burning with unwavering determination to destroy their opponent. However, this stranger was virtually missing every attacking movement, as if anticipating every next step. And at this moment, a man is preparing to hurt a powerful blow. In an instant, the heads of the warriors fly to the pieces as if they had an explosion. The man is wondering, how is it possible? After all, the fighters were not even lucky to reveal all their potential, and the victory had already slipped out of their hands. The man engulfed a true horror. A whole horde of enemies rushed before his eyes. In a moment, deafening cries were heard above the valley, from which it was impossible to escape. The robber leader expressed gratitude to the master whose face was the red mask painted with intricate patterns. The master struck the strongest of the Vajas. The spectacle was truly impressive. If it was indeed the elite of the clan of the Reconciliation, the master could not hide his deep disappointment with their humiliating weakness. Before leaving this place, the man strictly ordered everything here. The chairman ordered his people to take away the horses and the bodies of the dead, to burn immediately. Meanwhile, the protagonist tirelessly improved his army, persistently hardening the soldiers in daily training. Despite the piercing frost, they all stood almost without clothes. Without any complaints, they practiced, sobbing heavy kettlebells, as if it were ordinary balls. It was just unbearable. The man failed to pick up the weight, because she flew too far from him. Desperately trying to reach, he even gave up on the ground. Everyone was resting, because it seemed that the end came, and now the young master would be about to explode on them. Seeing such a situation, the protagonist commands them to throw this ball hundredth of times. It is because of these failures that the number of soldiers increased by as many as 500. Noticing dissatisfaction among the subordinates, the protagonist decides to take the initiative and proposes to throw this layer on his own. However, no one agrees. Everyone stubbornly play alone, not wanting to share the ball. At that moment, the hack's gaze looks up and notices a black crow that is lacking in the sky. The young man has no idea where this crow came from, but immediately feels an unusual trembling of energy in the air. Suddenly, the guide draws attention to the group of men who froze, staring at the same direction. He suspects that something unusual has happened, because their appearance is clearly full of confusion. And it was at the moment when the hack was inattentive, suddenly someone unknown threw this massive spherical object in him. At first they were not worried, because they were sure that the bullet would kiss the young owner. Fortunately, the main character easily raises this ball with one hand. The young gentleman was terribly angry, deciding that these are intentionally committed such meanness. The soldiers went to justify themselves, convincing everyone who had no evil intention and everything happened by accident. But the hero was not going to listen. He, on the contrary, increased their suffering 1,000 times. The old tires were already talking to each other that the horses who were driven by the stables were intercepted by Slovak robbers. It looks not just about ordinary bandits, but about real mountain rods, an opponent who can be found far from daily. The elders cannot be surprised. They did not have any idea that their soldiers would give way to simple mountain robbers. The loss of horses caused them significant material damage, and even worse, there were sacrifices among people. The fact that the bandits dared to attack, aware of whose stables it is well, indicates that their authority was on the very day. Without spending a minute, it was necessary to send the most experienced soldiers to the stable to immediately find out what was happening there. You need to grab these villains, restore the family's good name, and return the lost funds. However, the main question remains: who will decide to go there? However, all the brave and most experienced fighters sent the warring parties to reconcile. It was clear to everyone, if you are weaker, everything can only get worse. Then the Hell of Peck proposes to send an army of the terrible dragon to this place. So far, no one has happened who could give them advice, so these forces remained unattached. However, now the situation has changed radically. The young master skillfully leads his subordinates, so this business can be safely entrusted with them. Other elders do not stand on his side, noting that in these words there is a certain logic. Some believed that it was a dubious pasture, because the young gentleman had not yet had the opportunity to try himself in battle. The Hell of Hell stands on his own and is convinced that one way or another guys will still have to survive it in their own experience. Everyone believes in him. Once a hack overcame the sword tiger, then he will certainly cope with this task. It is impossible to keep a guy under custody all his life. Sooner or later he should give him a chance to act on his own. The head feels that his brother is thinking, but the essence of his intentions can still not understand. So everyone unanimously decided to send an army of Thunder Dragon there. San notes that the young gentleman is sincerely comforted with this opportunity. The hero burned joy, finally getting a chance to put these freaks in place. San considers it risky because 3 of their detachment has been killed. The Hack finally got a brilliant chance to make money, so he should not lose this unique opportunity. If you get to the mountain robber den, you can get a lot of riches and spend them on buying healing pills. Meanwhile, the warriors, having dropped the burdens, felt the lightness and incredible inflow of strength. The warriors were happy about the battle with mountain robbers. At least it is much better than grueling workouts. Suddenly, a young master appeared in the room and reported that it was time to go to work. Meanwhile, a mysterious stranger in the hood told the man that a young owner, along with a thunderstorm of the thunderstorm, had already gone to carry out their task. After that, the Hell of Peck releases the bird into the sky, and it disappears somewhere in the valley, flying in an unknown direction. A satisfied man is convinced that it was his last look at the nephew among the living. From this mission, the guy will no longer return. Men watch the horses closely without taking their eyes off. More recently, this place has raged with a horse movement, and now no animal has left. Sanmana was quite upset. A friend assured him that he did not worry too much, because in such circumstances, nothing would be done. They can remain calm. The army of the clan Nagan has already gone to them. However, a man warns that there are some difficulties ahead. The news has come. They will send the young owner together with a thunderstorm. He was surprised because everyone knows that the young gentleman has always been distinguished by their poor health. It was the most common development, but Sandman did not find the strength to turn away from the Nagan family. Another man ran up to the crowd and brought the news. The warriors had already passed the village. Everyone was surprised because they went only 2 days ago. How did they manage to get so quickly? It was a lot of striking, because you can usually get to them at least 6 days. Soon the men went to meet them. A moment before their eyes, an army of a thunderous dragon appeared, on which the mysterious structure was fluttering on the shoulders. Men couldn't believe their own eyes. The warriors pulled all this load on their shoulders. Everyone impresses that the warriors were able to get here in this state. In a moment, the leader of the thunderous dragons shouted frantically, announcing the approach of the young owner. In a moment, our hero appeared on the square, and his appearance was really spectacular. The carriers kept in her hands something. The horse walked obediently under her leadership. In a moment, the fighters rolled up in front of the heck of Homk, a purple carpet. The main character came out of the carriage, stretched for all height, and yawned sweetly. He was really exhausted. The warriors gave our hero of respect, perceiving him as a true emperor. It turns out that wearing such an overwhelming weight was part of a workout invented by Hike's Heck. However, according to the hack, this path seems extremely short to provide a full training. Sandman named his name and added that he was responsible for the stable. The protagonist laughs and calls for him to contact him without unnecessary official. The most important thing for him is that everyone feels comfortable. For Ha, the meeting with a young gentleman became a real honor. The Kongon is an order that supported their stables at a difficult hour, and this man heads the Kongon fortress himself. And this time, given the recent events, he also promised to reach their help. However, the hack felt disappointed because of the need for cooperation, because it meant that the trophy obtained would have to be divided with others. The man considers himself not strong enough, but he assures that he will make every effort to support the young owner. The hero did not pay attention to his words. Now his only desire was to go for dinner as soon as possible. They will make every effort to surprise the guy with an appetizing dinner. The soldiers were also covered with a table, and the heck reconstruction is insisting. Before wearing dinner, another workout should be carried out. Yes, the boys did not forget about it and were ready to act without any tips. Leaving tears on the cheeks and dragging heavy shackles, they had to make 10 circles around the building. Meanwhile, the protagonist drew attention to the gorgeous table, abundantly made by a variety of meat. The young owner was completely neglected by the rules of decency. He cleverly attacked food, despite neither the present nor the established norms. The young man justifies his behavior, accusing the whole assistant. They say, if she had more often treated him with meat, he would never have come out of himself. San apologized to the head of the stable for her behavior, explaining that they are currently experiencing financial difficulties. The meat was enough here, so the guy felt relaxed and boldly eaten well. Later, the young man dared to taste a drink made from mare. The reconciliation of Hack was delighted with the dishes given. It feels that he got to the highest class restaurant. In a moment, the man addressed the guy to the question when he plans to be ready for a fight with the mountain robbers. The hero states that he has no intention. It will remain here for a few more days to carefully think about the plan of capture. The man was thought of. Perhaps the hack was just scared and therefore does not dare to any action. Meanwhile, robbers have already learned that our hero arrived at the stable. The robbers seem to be just as they conceived. The card fraud will look forward to the appearance of a young owner. The night has already dropped, wrapping everything around the shadows. A man sat at the table, and his fingers were restlessly knocked out the rhythm on the wooden surface. He asked his friend if something unusual happened today. On the face of the man, deep sadness and severe excitement were read. At the same time, another man did not joke, seeing such bold behavior. The formidable Thunder Army does not stop loud fun. The mugs are ringing, laughter is heard, the table bends from eating and drinks. They prepare cocktails, combining different types of alcohol in unexpected combinations. One of the warriors was so fond of the process that he decided to prepare a special cocktail for a young master. Our hero hesitated to taste what was prepared for him. To the joy of everyone, the heap of Hepco was a lot of like. He will now make even more effort to succeed. Finally, the warriors fully felt the unique taste, which is revealed when alcohol was added to the drink. Suddenly he notes how the head of the stable enters the room. An irritation is immediately read on his face. The young man appeals to Mr. Ha with an invitation to join their company, promising to treat him with the most exquisite drink. The man, barely hiding the excitement, asks him to release his subordinates for a moment so that they can calmly talk alone. The man has mastered the rage because no one is taking the mountain robbers. All only postpone the case on an indefinite then. Today the guy was justified by the fact that it is too winter outside. Mr. Ha sought to find out what actually forces him to constantly postpone this operation. The reconciliation of Hack explained that the only cause was today's cold on the street. And he does not hide. After catching mountain robbers, he will not earn anything on it. However, he immediately assures a man that he should not think so, because he is not a robber at all. The guy decided to stay here and rest a little, if he got this place. After all, if he returns home, he will again have to be satisfied with one porridge. The unexpected Mr. Ha states that he agrees to give it to our hero. In the end, it turned out that the man was talking about money. There are no other options left. As soon as the main character saw the shine of silver, he instantly woke up to work. The man sincerely regretted the lost silver because it cost him a lot of effort and exhausting work. Mr. Ha chested himself with the conviction that he would certainly be able to return the lost and get even more. Blooded, the man confesses that he does not regret the done and allows the guy to take it to himself. The protagonist overwhelmed the joy because the events turned exactly as he wished. After that, the hack focusedly plunged into the calculation of money. Mr. H. Har is taking his attention and notes that he seems to have released from the thought of the danger made by mountain robbers. Remembering it, the guy is rapidly picking up and rushes hastily to find them. They have long rushed forward in the trough, but this trip seemed endless, and our hero is not at all. It turned out that their journey was only halfway. The annoying behavior of the young man was a lot of men, but they tried not to show their annoyance. Mr. Hu assures that after they cope with robbers, he will reward him even more generous. Hearing this news, the hack Nagan agrees to withstand even more trials. The young man rests in the trough, and suddenly the news comes to his ears. The trip is almost finished, and soon to move the crew will become completely uncomfortable. Going out of the carriage, the protagonist stretched a little, kneading his joints. He suddenly became restless and sad. The man warns, "This place is a potential trap, so you need to behave with maximum care." Hearing these words, the guy looks alertly, carefully exploring each corner around. Meanwhile, someone is watching them carefully from the mountain peaks. They were faced with mountain robbers. The events seemed to unfold exactly as they have planned. In fact, everything happened differently, because the soldier from the army found them almost instantly. The young man did not feel the fear of the enemies and greeted them as if they were old friends. Almost without delaying, he rolled down in one movement right in front of them. The robbers were extinguished. They did not expect that they would be so rapidly detected. They were stunned. They did not expect them to be exposed. At once, one of them gets a sword on the face. The blade is swept through it, cutting in half. In response, his partner is rapidly tearing into the attack, trying to take revenge on his brother. However, the young man is not at all scared. On the contrary, he is enthusiastically and determination to meet the adventures. The clash between the boys flashes, and he immediately breaks up to strike just from the air. The guy himself feels his body much easier than it was before. He gently descends to the ground and causes the enemy final blow. Obviously, it is the fruit of persistent training. The wars of the clever movement spread the enemy in half. Mr. Ha rotely listens to unexplained sounds. In the air, moaning and wheezing are clearly heard. However, our hero reassures him with a confident voice, convincing that there is no reason to excite. The hack winner reports that his fighters have already seized hostile intelligence. After learning about it, the man fades, as if numb from surprise. It turns out that the protagonist also has his own spy, and he exceeds all hostile intelligence. Now the impression of the young gentleman has improved a little. It seems that he is not as simple as it seemed at first. Scout approaches our hero and reports that he was able to eliminate all hostile intelligence. For this, the young man ruthlessly beats him, because it was necessary to leave at least one enemy alive to find out the information you need. The young man became unfortunate that this thought did not even flash in his head. The hack announces that this warrior will go to the very avant-garde as a punishment. A certain time has passed, and the army has already gone on the road to find a secret repository of robbers. In the end, the scout stops. It seems that his view caught something interesting. It turns out that the young man came across the robber's den. The picture that opened before the eyes was depressing. Poor shacks huddled behind old wooden fences. This place in no way looks like the shelter of those mountain robbers that attacked the stable. Suddenly, loud exclamations come, and everyone involuntarily raise his eyes to the sky. As it turned out, A carefully planned trap was waiting for them. Robbers were suddenly on all sides. Suddenly, Mr. Carr broke out of his place, grabbed a hack scoundrel firmly, and lightly put a knife blade to his throat. He turned out to be a traitor. Does he naively believe that he can survive after the betrayal of the family? The man just smiled at that. It seems that his assistant had no idea what happens around. Looking around, they noticed with horror the enemies closed around them with a sealing ring, and the enemy's forces seemed simply countless. If warriors do not want to die like defenseless puppies, it is better for them to put their weapons at this moment. The young gentleman was rightly noted. If someone offers help without any benefits for himself, there is a certain poisonous insidiousness. Mr. Ha could not understand why the warriors felt so carefree and relaxed. The man insists if they do not immediately surrender, their young owner stumbles. However, the main character did not worry about it. He calmly ordered his subordinates to attack the robbers. However, the guy begs not to kill them because he later plans to sell the slaves captured in the market. In the next moment, the bandits scattered in different directions, preparing to rapidly attract opponents. They deftly avoid hostile blows, instantly causing a counterattack. It seems that thanks to intense training, their body has really strengthened and changed for the better. Here is a robber rapidly to the leader, but he skillfully avoids his sharp fall. After that, the leader sharply responds with a powerful blow, drawing an opponent of a devastating repel. It seems that their power is explained by hard workouts with kettlebells. They sought victories and without hesitation destroyed their opponents. Whatever you want to admit it, these grueling workouts really gave them great benefit. The bandits did not stop pressure, but the defenders kept bravely, reflecting the attacks to the end. They realized that there are very little allies, so it is time to rally together. Suddenly, they had a giant warrior and with steel confidence in his voice announced that he would become their opponent. After hearing these words, the true horror was reflected in the eyes of the audience. The warriors demonstrated impressive confidence during the fight. It seemed that their bodies became almost weightless, light, like a pushinka. San was stunned because she saw with her own eyes how a warrior was using people as weapons, throwing them at enemies. Mr. Ha believes that they all lost their mind because they are completely uninteresting the fate of the young owner. However, the heck cannot understand why his subordinates suddenly take care of him. He barely touched his finger. He breaks in half a knife that he had just fits into his throat. At the same moment, the young sprout slipped out of his palms rapidly. The young man causes a powerful blow to the enemy's stomach. From this frantic force, he rejects him a few meters ago. The man, breathing hard, dropped to the ground and foam broke out of his mouth. Why couldn't hide her delight? The ability of a young master simply struck her to the depths of her soul. The girl glowed with joy, seeing that everything was fine with the boy. From excitement and care, she hurried to look at him to make sure that he had not been injured. Soon the fight subsided. They managed to capture the opponents. The chief had no idea that such pathetic robbers would dare attack a stable. And this is not surprising, because they have someone to be guided. They have their own leader. It was at this moment that their leader emerged on the horizon. It was raised by an extremely powerful wave of dark energy. The hack wondered, why did this stupid mask? Did he decide to parody the clown? One of the fighters exclaimed that he intended to cope with their leader on his own and strongly rushed to the attack. Everyone rushed to restrain him because the enemy was too dangerous. But the young man did not even think to pay attention to someone's words. In a few seconds, he broke up rapidly, preparing to strike a powerful blow. A mysterious stranger in a mask easily repelled his attack with one hand without even making any effort. Seeing this, I finally realized how powerful his opponent is. Everyone was amazed as he could effortlessly stop a powerful blow to such a strong man. Now a stranger suddenly attacked him, falling asleep with a hail of rapid blows. The fighter had no opportunity to even try to evade. He only silently demolished these blows. The young owner is silently watching their duel, in no way interfere with the event. Now his whole body was covered by numerous scratches from these blows. Immediately later, a stranger jumped up to him and, pushing heavily with one hand, hit his chest with a swing. A powerful blow with such a force seized the man back that he turned straight against the wall. The leader did not intend to stay away and quietly watch his brothers to death, so he rushed into the whirlwind of battle. However, his attack was just as easily parked. At this point, other fighters rushed to the brother, trying to make sure that everything was fine. In general, everything was fine with him, but his dignity was completely destroyed. The leader encouraged him, noting that it was inappropriate to speak of honor here. No one can overcome him alone. This trinity decided to unite his forces to overcome a common opponent, and so in a moment they rushed to him. Thus they split, forming 3 separate groups. One moved to the left, the other to the right, and the third took the position from above. However, it seems that the mysterious man in the suit remained absolutely calm and did not show any anxiety about it. He used an unusual, mysterious technique that no one had seen before. With this mysterious thing, he kissed one of the warriors. At the same moment, all these attacks rapidly moved towards the guy. However, it was extremely difficult for him to restrain the enemy's invasion. The enemy struck a powerful blow, and he barely rested on his feet. The 2 others instantly took advantage of the situation and also rushed. However, this attempt was in vain. A stranger easily reflected his attack. They did not have the idea who this person really was, because it seemed absolutely impossible to approach him. The man was constantly attacked, striking the warriors who only had time to evade his crazy pressure. Everyone was amazed, because this stranger opposed the leader of their detachment and his closest associate. It seems that if no one is reacting now, these men are doomed to death. The situation was getting worse. With every attempt to repel attack, it required more effort. Then the man dared to move to another reception. The stranger in the suit was convinced that only a fool would part with his weapon. However, all this turned out to be a tricky trash. Instantly, the next moment, he was rapidly nearby, right in front of the opponent. The young man grabs a man and forcefully pushes him forward. So he rolled the enemy, not let him step. It is time for the leader to strike a decisive blow. However, you should act extremely carefully in order not to harm your friend. The chief flies up, trying to strike the most powerful blow. However, it is worth remembering that our opponent is far from ordinary. His blow hit his head. However, fortunately, he managed to repel the attack at the last moment. And even so, the warrior did not resist. His legs were smiled. The opponent acknowledged that their plan was really quite skillful, but he just lacked the power to resist such power as he had. Then he will get the guy with the blow of the sword sleeve. From a powerful blow, a man instantly faints and difficult to settle on the ground. At that moment, the stranger is about to end the life of this warrior. The young man is so exhausted that it is unable to even move. Later, the head with a raised sword hangs over him, getting ready to strike a devastating blow. The head cannot believe that the life of Hakdan is about to go out here in his eyes. But suddenly, a man at a frantic speed flashed something under his nose. It turned out that it was just a thin wooden cod that was stuck in the tree trunk. The opponent could not understand who was this scoundrel, who dared so boldly to laugh at him. And in a moment our hero stood face to face with an opponent. The heek swollen struck him, and he flew back a few meters. Everyone was amazed as a young gentleman was able to send such a powerful opponent in one powerful blow to flight. Hakdan sincerely thanked the boy for saving him. However, the protagonist emphasizes that he did not because of sympathy. The reason is that their lives are subordinate to this young man. He wants to receive some benefits from his warriors. The Hek instructed to monitor the unconscious, and in the meantime he prepares for a fight with a mysterious stranger in a mask. The hero was certain that his attack was perfect, but surprisingly, the enemy still managed to beat the blow and defend himself. The enemy did not hide his surprise. The result exceeded all his expectations. If the man did not have time to defend himself with a sword, his ribs would certainly be broken. The Hek's failure is inflamed. He wants to find out where this extremely formidable rival came from. However, the opponent does not intend to discover his secrets. The protagonist is convinced that he will certainly survive this battle, because he intends to give the world his life for many years. Does he already consider himself invincible because of one successful attack? The enemy threw his weapon away. It seems that he decided to enter the duel goalless. Then the hero began to knead the muscles, gradually accelerating the blood on the body. The young owner was with extreme confidence. He strongly invited the enemy to start a duel. In an instant, he rushed to the guy, and his blows sounded like a thunder, fast and merciless. But despite all this, our hero cleverly bypassed all the attacks. The fierce battle broke out, in which life and death were at stake. Now the suspicion of Hack has been confirmed. The strong fists of a man in the mask seemed to be pulsed by extraordinary force. However, the young owner skillfully avoided every impact without losing a casual smile on his face. Instantly, the protagonist strikes the enemy of a powerful blow just in the face. A powerful blow shakes the enemy mask into many small debris. The enemy sharply bounced a few meters ago. The man could not understand how possible. The Hack was evading his blows with such confidence and skill, as if from the very beginning he knew all his techniques perfectly. The hero instantly realized he faces an opponent who has the technique of a bloody claw of a dark dragon. He stood on a dangerous, misleading path. Hearing this, the man was finally confused and wounded. How can this young, bold man know about this? The young man suddenly felt in him a powerful flow of energy overflowing with sinister intentions. The man is stunned. He only recently mastered this technique, and the enemy has already managed to instantly unravel her secret. At first glance, it may seem that the protagonist is a simple, and his mouse has already made many battles. In such a situation, if the young man already guessed, there is no point in hiding something. A moment from the enemy, a flow of fiery energy escaped, and dragons were circulating in the air over his head. The hex failure was captured. The opponent finally decided to show all his power. In an instant, two fierce dragons rapidly rushed to the guy, getting ready for the attack. However, the young owner instantly bounced sideways, avoiding a hostile blow. The young man is easy, without the slightest effort, to pair his crazy attacks of dragons. His subordinates closely monitor this scene. It seemed to everyone that the dragon silhouette was ghostly. The spectacle was incomprehensible and amazing. Hackdon said that his head also distinguishes something, so, with sight, he was fine. No one can understand that it is a mysterious equipment from which such an incredible force is leaking. The chairman acknowledged, "The enemy is really formidable, but their young gentleman is a real danger." The Heck so skillfully avoided the blows that it seemed as if he was aware of how to resist this technique. Fortunately, the opponent of our hero lacked skill in mastering his own technique. Of course, in his former life, he would effortlessly won even a master that is far superior to this rival. But now everything was complicated by the fact that he was in a foreign body. But even in such a situation, the guy would easily overcome the enemy of this class. The protagonist cleverly avoided every subsequent blow. Even having mastered the most powerful techniques, not to defeat the enemy that skillfully avoids strokes. The man did not hide indifference, but the feeling of anger burned in it. His self-esteem was seriously affected. Almost instantly, he attacked the main character again, splashing a series of devastating blows. However, this time, the Hack didn't even think to retreat. On the contrary, he decided to decisive counter, offensive. Its blue energy flow instantly broke forward, stepping on a hostile power, and effortlessly tore it in half. The man could not tread what had just happened. But there was no time for reflection. The young man was already standing in front of him. The man had to get together and prepare for his powerful blow. The young owner tightened his muscles and struck a powerful blow with all his strength. In a moment, he struck the enemy. It seems that the blow still got the goal. Blood was rushed from the man, so the defense brought him up. He was then thrown a few meters ago. However, the Heck did not waste time. He rushed forward to him. He struck him in his face, and the fresh blood immediately splashed out of his nose. After that, the young man fell asleep with hail. He had no opportunity to even evade. The young man dealt with him so rapidly that his fists did not even have time to blink before his eyes. Suddenly, Hackdon states that from that moment, he will respect all the instructions of their master, because he really became a true authority for them. Meanwhile, the enemy barely kept on power, and his armor was already covered with deep cracks. The protagonist annoyed that his opponent still remained among the living. "I had to make every effort to put a point in this duel. and in a moment, his fist crashed into the enemy's jaw, forcing him to fly into the air like a projectile. It was already clear who would win this battle. The young owner also jumps up, preparing to strike a decisive blow. He finally straightens his opponent with an accurate and powerful blow. With this blow, he threw it directly into the tree trunk. The man was breathing in a jerky and barely stirring. He seemed to be lacking in strength even for the slightest movement. Everyone was stunned by the news that this man was brutally beaten. Mr. Ha realized that the situation is extremely disappointing. Both the stranger and the young gentleman are both true monsters. However, once the victory went to our hero, it becomes obvious. He is more scary than his opponent. Mr. Ha realizes that if the events unfold in this way, he and their whole fortress are doomed to death. Then he called one of his subordinates and ordered him to help him escape. And at the same moment, Mr. Hot was in the crowd, as if there was no second there. The man tries to crawl away, looking carefully to go unnoticed. Mr. Ha, at any cost, seeks to get rid of the young owner. The protagonist did not leave curiosity. Who owns this mysterious figure, and where did she come from? It will be the smartest to tell everything while the hack Nagogun is peacefully. Otherwise, you will get to the torture. The opponent choked his own blood, and this sight caused the young Mr. The enemy seeks to find out who this renovation is, but the young man is ahead of him. He is the first. But the protagonist just says that he is a hack, the second son in his family. The man hardly believes in what he saw. Just recently, the guy could not even walk, and now he went to such an incredible level. The opponent does not want to accept these words for faith. He is worried about the question, who is he really? Such questions are increasingly annoyed by the main character, and he is almost ready to attract a guy with his fists. If he is not ready for conversation, you should take it with you and become careful over time. The young master commands the guy to bite and pick up with him. The enemy has no doubt. Something is hidden here. Is this its value exhausted? Suddenly, something strange began to happen with the enemy. A terrible black energy broke out of his body. The reconciliation of Hack instantly realized that the poison was needed here, so he commanded the young man to stay away. In a moment, his body flashed flames. Only a few moments passed, and only a bunch of bones remained from it. It was a hellish, devastating poison that corrupted the flesh until the bones themselves remained. The soldiers were extremely surprised. They could not understand how the young gentleman learned about it. The hex failure captured the question. What reason is his opponent so persistently masking his true likeness? It takes a few minutes. The hero sat on a stone to rest a little. In the meantime, other warriors try to curb the unrestrained horses. The leader soon appears and reports that they managed to gather all the stolen horses. The head reports that the horses have been charged at least 100. The Heck reconstruction notes that the horses should be about 90. Since then, a month has passed. During this time, the horses could either die or just get lost. The young man ordered to separate 10 horses and send them a cho. He also instructed to find out the details of the black market. He expressed the approval of the leader, noting that there is a real understanding between them. Suddenly, the young owner paid attention to a lonely horse who wandered freely nearby. He explodes a moment, reproaching his subordinates for being able to lose his horse. At this point, the Ha, with the sword in his hands, slowly sneaks from the back, seeking the right moment for the attack. The man is aware that if the young owner dies, the circumstances will be in his favor. However, the Hex has time to look around at the moment when he notices how the young man crawls straight to him. And for the next moment, the man rushes rapidly, instantly approaching to strike. It is in the most responsible moment the horse suddenly plunges a man with hooves back. The Heck reconnects his advantage, with an ironic smile looking at Mr. Ha. A few moments passed. Mr. Ha leisurely opens his eyes, and before his eyes, the figure of Hack's reconciliation gradually emerges. Hardly recovering, he realized with horror that he was buried in the ground around his neck. When the men opened their eyes, they were surprised to find themselves in the ground. The hero addressed Mr. Ha to question whether he should do the same as the guy in a suit and put his hands on. Hackdon approached the young owner and reported that all opponents were already buried. He carefully asked, "What are the following orders?" He seems to be deliberately prepared for interrogation, so it is obviously not going to kill them. He may go to interrogations to find out who supports them, so we should try to win a little time. Unexpectedly for all, the hack said that he was too lazy to do it, so they would just leave them here. In the yard, a rage prevailed. The icy cold enveloped everything around. Does he really intend to throw them here at the mercy of frost? If none of them survives, the case will certainly be carefully investigated, and then the shame and the spoiled reputation of the clan of the Clutter will be inevitable. The young master shook his head in agreement because he did not really take it into account. Within a moment, someone's hand rolled up with a shovel to strike this scum. The blow forced him to burn blood in a moment as soon as she splashed from his mouth. Heck Dawn spoke to defend his lord. However, you should be cautious, otherwise you can inadvertently deprive it of life. The warrior worked with such a perseverance that his shovel eventually cracked in half. By this time, the entire face of Mr. Ha was covered with bruises. In fact, the warrior sought only to give his feelings, but it seemed that all this was exclusively for the sake of Hack. Suddenly, the army of Thunder Dragon began to jolt pieces of meat just produced on the ground. The man was involuntarily surprised. It was unclear why they got rid of fresh meat. As it turned out, the boys planned to treat wolves with food. Yes, this amount is clearly not enough, but it will be enough to lure predators for the aroma. If the meat is not enough, they will undoubtedly take them. Mr. Ha covers anxiety when he imagines how these animals attack him, and fear is in soul. The stranger proclaims, promising to lay out the truth, but our hero remains indifferent. He is no longer interested in these confessions. The only thing that really worries our hero is that their purses are empty. No coins inside. It turns out that buildings were built in a hurry only to attract them to this place. The heck cannot believe that there will be nothing in the hiding place of mountain robbers. And only now does Mr. come to Mr. that he lacks money. After that, the young man does not stop and further sprinkles men with salt. Mr. Ha can no longer tolerate. It is covered by the fear of death. He in despair is crying that all their treasures have already been transported to the Kongon fortress. If the heck spings them, the man promises to give him the keys to the fortress. It was these words that fell the protagonist in the soul more than any other he heard today. It has passed some time. Message with our heroes goes back. They are enthusiastically welcomed by local men, thinking that they were in front of them the same legendary mountain robbers that they finally managed to grab. But as soon as the truth comes out, their rage flashes with new power. They do not restrain themselves and dig with his feet with anger, learning about infidelity. It is rumored that our hero wants to leave here for some time. They are too sorry to say goodbye to him so quickly. But the hack has been deprived of this opportunity, because for many years he has not visited his home. A moment later, a man extends him a reward for his work. The protagonist instantly takes them with him and promises to personally inform the chapter what their devotion is adamant. It was that night that they were already in the fortress of Kong and managed to capture all the jewelry they could find. Gold statuettes and silver products shone everywhere. Perfect works of art decorated this place. If you combine it with the revenue from the sale of horses, you will get an extremely solid amount. The hack Nagon exclaims to his fighters, ordering to prepare for his return home. The news of the victory of the troops over the mountain robbers has already reached the ears of the father and brother of our hero. The reconciliation was quite nervous, but the news made him sincerely betray him. Despite the changes in the character of Heck, his skill is still captivating and inspiring. It was necessary to go immediately to meet them after returning from the mission. Soon the army appears on the horizon, and the man sincerely notes the efforts of his head without holding back praise. However, a man fails to find a son. The head replies that the guy has departed, having his own business. The man cannot understand what could happen so important that the guy did not appear. The leader should win a little time because he cannot admit that his son and other warriors went to hide the stolen. Once the hack Nagan appeared in the city, he went to the mysterious black merchant without delay. The merchant thought that the hero appeared prematurely, because it was at that moment that he had to come together with dangerous mountain robbers. The hack noticed that he had long been dealt with robbers, and expressed surprise why the news about it only now reached the black market. The merchant warmly greeted the young man on a brilliant victory and asked what prompted him to visit this place. There were only two possible scenarios. Either they turned to a black merchant in search of important information, or came to get rich, handing over stolen things. And immediately after these words, a group of men who pulled heavy chests fell into the room. The merchant dispersed one of the chests, and inside the east of the real wealth, the mountains of gold and gorgeous jewelry. If there are ceramics or works of art among their things, it is worth preparing in advance to have enough money to buy these treasures generously and honestly. The merchant is surprised why it was necessary to pull it so far, because on the road it was possible to find many shops. The hack noted that this place to his liking. At least here you cannot be afraid of a stroke in your back. The man will take a little time to comprehend all this, so you have to be patient and wait. The hero is to expect as much as needed. The merchant does not cope with the task, so he is looking for assistance. In addition, the young master brought with him several valuable people who can be profitable to sell in the slave market, so they should also be taken into account. Once the merchant crosses the threshold, there is a striking picture before his eyes. In a long row, there are men who are tightly tied together. The protagonist fades with impatience, anticipating when the long-awaited price for all this is finally. If the shopkeeper dares to cheat at the price, there will be serious trouble. Meanwhile, the Hell of Fell received the news. His nephew returned from the task unharmed. A man in full surprise. How is it possible? Did this young man really overcome the ghost in the mask? The man could not imagine that the young gentleman would be able to overcome such an opponent. In addition, another landmark event took place. To this place was sent to the owner of the fortress of the Kongon. The man burns from rage, not realizing how he could so senselessly fall into the trap. In his opinion, it would be better to commit suicide. If he does not withstand torture and gives everything he knows, serious problems can expect. So it will be the smartest to get rid of it. The Hell of Peck began even more hatred of his nephew. The protagonist intertwined his way to him, every time destroying all his ideas. Meanwhile, the protagonist carelessly sang a familiar tune and viewed a receipt of 31,000 lanev in his hands. This is probably the true pleasure of his work. Suddenly, he heard something that he addresses him. As it turned out, the head of the family is looking for him. In a moment, the reconciliation hack jumped out of the roof, like a shadow sliding by night. Of course, the assistant did not restrain her. She raised her voice and began to teach him, reminding that they had a staircase. The guy assures that he is okay now, so he will not spoil and will not hurt. Finally, the young owner put all his affairs. Now you should rush to the head of the genus as soon as possible. He is quite worried about his heir. The head of the cramper from rage, unable to sink, what could make his son ignore such an important greeting ceremony? Suddenly, he draws attention to the son who goes to his direction. The protagonist moved forward, calm and casual, as if everything was as usual. The father immediately broke into a cry, shouting at his son, and his older brother immediately rushed towards him. The older brother immediately attracted him and praised him for the well-accomplished task. The reconciliation of Ren was about to find out if his brother had injured, but he immediately pushed his hand. In a moment, Ren once again pressed his brother, without any intention to squeeze a hug. The father fades, impressed with the true brotherly tenderness, which is revealed before his eyes. They were joined by another elder, whose face glowed with genuine joy. He could not shy away from the fact that the young gentleman was alive and unharmed. In a moment he hurried to join their hugs. They pressed the hero passionately, covered with deep longing and care because they missed him. The father plunged into sadness, realizing that there was no room for him in these warm embrace. However, he was indifferent. He sought hugs. A man of acceleration rushed to them. Mr. Ha was burning from rage because of his prison. The guard was in vain, tried to reassure the angry man. During the interrogation, Mr. H.A. is involved in which the crimes are involved in, and so far he only has to stay silently in his turn. Mr. Ha placativa from anger. He ordered the elder to be a reconciliation of Beck, and that has not yet appeared. the guard replies that they are not obliged to fulfill its request. Their mission is only to bear the guard, so they are not in force here. However, the security guard completely ignores Mr. Ha, which disappears the latter from balance. It is at this moment that another guard appears unexpectedly, and it comes earlier than usual. He extends him a bottle of alcohol and advises to go to rest. When the partner left the prison camera, the guard had an opportunity to contact the prisoner. Mr. Ha immediately guessed that this young man was sent here. The elder acted extremely carefully because they were chatting too careful, so it was necessary to act secretly without drawing any extra attention. The man reported that the headman would visit him after midnight, and in the meantime he treated him with a mouth-watering stew. Mr. Ha immediately rushed to the chicken, giving way to a real famine. In addition, he tried to drown all this in alcohol. Just in case, the security guard asked if the man had not confronted someone else about this case. Mr. Ha was angered by the suspicion. Even if the young gentleman took him to torture, he would still not give this secret. Suddenly, the man engulfed the unclear feeling. He soaked and began to suffocate, breaking into a strong cough. If the man failed the task, he had to commit suicide immediately on the spot. The man suddenly grabbed his throat, trying to breathe at least a little air, but frozen in a state of breath. But it turned out to be beyond his strength. In a moment, the man was difficult to face the floor. Meanwhile, a hack-hake in the comfort of his room plunged into a deep meditation. He sought to multiply his inner power, but suddenly his heart pierced acute pain. Although the skill of the Dark King was already subdued by him, he still did not manage it to use it. The only way is to get more potions and even more persistently hone your skills. It was necessary to reveal at least one stream in order to demonstrate its true power. Well, though, the power of the stroke of the fist has increased significantly. The protagonist did not waste time and went to find out how Mr. Ha felt. But only the guy gets a certain place, as he is covered by the feeling that something does not converge here. Before his eyes, there are many respectable elders, among whom his father and a hell of FECs are distinguished. Everyone learned about the tragic death of Mr. Ha. The cause of death was a bone that was stuck in his throat. However, the protagonist did not believe in a simple coincidence, because he died literally on the eve of the interrogation itself. Now doctors are actively investigating this case, so they will soon be able to find out all the circumstances of what happened. The reconciliation of FEC noticed how a shadow of suspicion flashed on the young lord's face. Does he think that one of his relatives is involved in this case? The heck suggested that he became a victim of insidious poisoning because many poisons did not leave the smallest traces in the body. The mustache annoyed that the guy spoke with this appearance as if he knew everything. The father advises not to invent guesses until the doctors are final conclusions. The guy only rejoiced in such a development because it hides the fact that all the property of the man actually belongs to him. After that, the guy says goodbye and goes, sincerely wanting everyone a nice evening. The young man actually turned silently, quietly came out and quietly closed the door. The guy's gaze was annoyed by the hell of Beck. It seemed as if he had pervaded him with his attention. The man moved towards his sons. He sat down and asked how they had things and whether they feel good. Zhong's reconciliation shared that a few days ago he took up the workout with his sword again. The father encourages his son, assuring that he will continue to look for the necessary medicines for him. It is worth remembering that his ability is far superior to the gift of the young owner. The sons froze in the anticipation, without having the purpose of the father invited them. The family now has a tense atmosphere, so boys have a while to go unnoticed. The young man immediately realized, all this happened because of the death of the owner of the fortress of the Kongon. Another son was indignant. Why did they have to endure because of such circumstances? Everything happened because of the one who brought a hack. But why should they now tremble with fear and hide here? The brother tried to keep the boy and quench him, because their father stood in front of them. Nowadays, most elders do not particularly honor our hero, even despite his victory over mountain robbers. Suddenly, covered with rage, the fracture of Peck grabs a glass bottle and threw it. She flies with the noise next to her son's head and crashes with a roar against the wall. father blazed with anger because of his son's behavior. His habits are far from the dignity of the emperor, and even as evil, he does not know what conscience is. Everything that the guy did was reduced to constant guns and drinking. The son pleadingly asks for another opportunity, but the hell of Peck is finally turning away and does not want to have anything in common with him. The guy, depressed after a strict parental husky, decided to drown the sadness in a glass. He was terribly envied by Hack because now everyone around us not only remembered him, but also directed all his attention to him. Suddenly, behind the boy's back, gathered a crowd, who began to reproach him for excessive boldness in the middle of the day. There were too many interesting views around, so the young man had to restrain himself. Friends wondered what reason he called them. The young man has one request for them, but he first proposes to change the meeting place. At this point, the man opens a box with jewelry and delight in an incredible amount of preciousness. The young man seeks to give it to be able to buy even more medicines. However, the merchant notes that there is not enough money to obtain medicines. The young man is convinced that it is only necessary to raise the price twice or even 3 times, and the case will be able to perform lightning, and at the highest level. The hack is quiet, but with a tangible threat in his voice, he warns the merchant, if he does not get the necessary medicines, then serious trouble awaits him. Then he moves away, promising that he has just got the medicine, immediately passes them through Watsana. Now our hero had plenty of money and free time. It was a great pleasure in his soul. At first, he decides to treat himself with a glass of hop drink and eat delicious dishes. But suddenly his road is crossed by an angry assistant. For some reason, the San will not understand what reason the young gentleman is so smart. The young man is convinced that he is not obliged to share with the girl all his thoughts and secrets. Why is the San obliged to take care of the health of the young owner, before and now and in all the coming times? Suddenly, the main character notices his father's silhouette in the distance. However, all this turned out to be a trick to confuse the girl and take advantage of the moment for escape. In the meantime, there was a lively conversation about Hack's reconciliation, which until recently could not even get out of bed, and now in the eyes of all the strikingly changed. It seems that his recent deeds are clearly evidenced. He is no longer the one who was ever. Young men with a smile suggest that the young owner fate has smiled quite. Whenever the memories of how his father thundered through the young master, the boy's head, he is covered by frantic anger. Then the boys wondered if they should catch this young man and do order. If they have enough shaky, the guy will gladly agree. The young man is convinced that 10 swordsmen, each of whom has a power capable of overstating steel, is guaranteed to cope with the opponent. He is sure they have to come out. And yet, the heir of the white spirit named Chuja, a master of extraordinary fire equipment, a real invincible fighter. However, the young warrior was not inferior to him. His power is that it is extremely difficult to resist her. Other fighters who gathered here were also impressed with their skills and remarkable skills. The guy agrees to their proposal and asks to deal with our hero, but warns he has long been not the person he had once been. The young man is completely convinced that the hack alone will not cope with a whole dozen rivals. The young man had the consequences, because if the son of the head is on the verge of life and death, a great noise would rise. Everyone is in the course that the clan's affairs are taken care of by the elder Nagan of the Peck, so there is no reason for concern. For warriors, it was a great opportunity to show yourself on the best side. The young man will ask the father to resolve the case so that no consequences remain. Suddenly their gaze stops at the neighboring table where they see who they were looking for. Our hero. Therefore, the warriors, without a minute, immediately took up their mission. They head to the Hex reconciliation, and they are warned. He should disappear from here so that no one noticed him at the scene of the incident. In such a situation, the guy is preparing to go, full of hope to hear good news. That's what he will want, to appear in a place where he was not counting on it. The hack slowly enjoys the meal when he suddenly notices the mysterious shadows that flashed his table. Before his eyes, there are guys who take turns calling their names and welcome him. The main among them was anger because the young gentleman had no idea who really was. The protagonist felt alien among strangers, no face around the slightest mention. Ma Yuan also approached and said politely, reminding that they were friends in a distant childhood. The young gentleman decides to stop these meaningless courtesy and directly asks what they really seek. Warriors are united in large detachments only when they are a common goal. The young man tries to talk to him more delicate and notes that they already know about the events on the stable. They succeed, allegedly deciding to organize a party in honor of our hero and specially prepared for him a whole ship. The main character, the idea seems surprisingly profitable, so he hesitates. But it seems that it fits perfectly into a different trap. The night has already dropped to the city. The hero stepped in constantly for his new satellites without realizing the surprises that fate prepared to him. Suddenly, Hack stops sharply and calls on strangers to finally discover their true intentions. Chuja does not understand what is being said and notes that they have very little left to their destination. The protagonist confidently realizes that this path does not end near the river, so there is some suspicious secret. But even though the guy understood everything, he still followed them. All you have to do is think. He is stupid. Do he just have the courage, though? Although everyone claims that a hack has an incredible power, is he able to cope with so many opponents on his own? The hero smiles and notes, "If you want to know, you should try yourself." Such words cause their leader sincere laughter. But suddenly, only a moment, and it is already immersed in the soil on the neck, and blood flows from the nose. The protagonist is amazed and asks them how such short-lived families could appear. Outraged by the insult to their families, warriors with anger rushed into the attack. And in a moment the main character threw a stone that was flying like a ball, and in turn hit the enemies one by one.
Alastandihi minve posede päivä anicafinkus missing ja bramund. Tan pain kubele tonke ite.
Suddenly, the young man reached out as if going to touch his face. In an instant, the young man clung to his face and rushed to the ground with force. So, within a few minutes, they were defeated, and then they were buried in the ground so that only heads remained outside. Helping the boy to get rid of these low-hearing opponents took up his detachment. These people seemed to forget about fear if they dared to challenge the young owner. The warriors are convinced that these boobs and 10 would be unable to overcome the heck. Someone charming and imagining what it would be like if they really went into that marine walk. They probably would have already drifted somewhere at the very bottom of the ocean. Hearing these words, they recall how our hero once immersed them in the water, immersing his thoughts into sadness. The head was engulfed by a true horror. He sought to understand what intentions the young man had about them. The hack gives him a brush, he says to write. If they want to save his son, they must personally appear in the deaf eastern mountains. But the man is powerless to record something. His hands are hidden underground. Then a predatory smile blooms on his face, and he throws, "All you hear, remember by hearing." The man remained dissatisfied and instantly spit out a brush, which was just drawn into his mouth. Immediately after that, a powerful shovel hit him just in his head. Hack Don mercilessly precipitates that scoundrel with a shovel on his head, punishing him for his cheeky attempt to deny the young master. The head has no effort. The flavors flow from the pain, and the beaten face indicates the survivor. He swears hotly that this will not happen. After that, other warriors are aware that arguing with the guy is in vain. The only thing they remain in obeying his instructions in everything. After that, they clamp the brushes with their teeth and carefully record all the data on the sheets they issued. Suddenly, the army commander announces the serious problem that came to them. The writing on the sheet looked so indistinguishable that parents would not recognize in this handwriting of their son. Then our hero managed to solve everyone on one hand so that they could safely write a letter to their parents. Meanwhile, in the fortress of the White Spirit, the man felt a slight anxiety because Chol's Chol had not yet appeared at home, but decided that you apparently hung again in a bar and applied well to the glass. You cannot worry, because no one dares to attack a person who is under the protection of the fortress of the White Spirit. In a moment in their direction at frantic speed, the arrow breaks. The arrow flies straight from the owner of the fortress, striking it unmistakably. The guard instantly grabs the sword and becomes before him, ready to defend until the man shudders with pain. But as it turned out, there was no reason to worry. This arrow was not intended to harm him. He carefully unfolds the sheet that was tied to the arrow. There he learns the alarming news. The mysterious stranger stole the young ruler of the fortress of the White Spirit. The man is set to catch his son's kidnappers and mercilessly take revenge on them, breaking the skin from them. As soon as he heard this news, his father immediately started an investigation to find his son. Suddenly, a voice was heard in silence. Someone recognized the owner of the fortress of the White Spirit. I was a completely different man in front of me. As it turned out, his son was also abducted. Suddenly, a new voice sounded in the air. Some immediately realized it was said by the owner of the fortress of Hen Uni and Chol Un. The parents of those who had stolen their sons came here. Everyone was stunned by the fact that the thief was able to steal children of 10 powerful families whose descendants have outstanding abilities. The man stepped strongly in the very thicket of the forest. The darkness and mysterious silence prevailed. Among the dense trees, a man suddenly notices an unusual building and, in no hurry, approaching it. Suddenly, a man notes that the door is leaning in front of him. Without looked, he already felt the nerves strain to the border. An unknown man was hiding in the ghostly darkness of the room. The Hell of Peck could not understand how our hero still remained among the living. With such a failure, their intricate design is simply doomed to failure. If the events unfolded exactly as they suggested, there would be no difficulty. Most surprise, the victory of the young gentleman over that powerful mercenary caused the victory of the young gentleman. Meanwhile, the authority of Hack was steadily growing, which was increasingly alerting the family and giving rise to suspicions. In a moment, a small hut escaped from an incredibly powerful energy. The man barely restrains this force that tries to escape from control. It looks like a real fierce duel will explode. A man emerges from the darkness and says that they should maintain a good relationship because they were once united by a common goal. Several elders are treated with Hake with special friendliness, and 4 of them, who have previously been his constant allies, have been in doubt recently. All their carefully planned preparations can immediately come to naught because of the only person, the cheek. Although it caused him annoyance, he had to admit, everything said, quite fair. It is strange that their sword was defeated, but despite this, plans cannot be changed after one guy. The man asks to wait a little more time. However, he does not intend to do so because they were forced to wait too long. So, this idea is finally rejected. It was a real catastrophe, and our hero is definitely guilty of this. Now these people will take part in the game themselves. This is the decision, so the Fracture of the Peck only resolutely join their team. The man tries to prove something, but his words remain unheard. The decision has long been made. The Hell of Peck asks, is there a need to act in this way? So it was my final choice. If the idea has not worked, you will have to act even more carefully and closer. So far, he insists that the man refrains from the search and does not try to find him. After that, the man in the suit slowly leaves the room. The man is clearly aware there is no return because they have got involved in the case with a tiger. The man in armor, and no doubt, to rely on the insidious old fox, more expensive. It seems that he will have to put on his collar so that he does not express unnecessary resistance. Suddenly he felt someone's presence behind his back. His assistant stood behind. He commanded one of the soldiers to immediately hold our hero here. Incredibly powerful winds will rage this winter. The parents were stunned when they put a young descendant of the kind of extinguish. No one could imagine that it was this young man to disappear their children. However, the protagonist notes that his purpose was only to study their sons. One of the parents in a panic breaks onto a cry, not getting around what is happening around. Looking around, he notices how human heads look out of the earth. In one of those young men, he suddenly recognized his own son, healed from cruel beating. The father, without holding back tears, rushed to his son, anxiety for the most expensive concern for his heart. Even if his genus is erased from the face of the earth, this man seeks revenge. He is right for himself to punish the young owner who caused the unspeakable grief of his son. In a moment, tears join the son, and his father is aware his head is on the spot. Both pay for, and the father gently wraps his son to himself, assuring that everything will be fine. The man, in no idea that made people bury the guy into the ground. However, he will certainly force the cheek to answer for the committed. In an instant, angry parents grasp the swords, directing their blades just on our heroes. Hackdawn covers the unrestrained excitement, because it seems to him that now the turn is to get to his parents. However, the protagonist rapidly takes the initiative and stops him instantly. The young man had no cruelty, so he decided to start with a regular conversation. However, as it was visible, none of the angry parents intended to negotiate. Altogether, the head rushed forward, deciding decisively. However, the hack Nagon interrupts his parents with a sharp remark. They say these were their sons first to attack him. They solidify in place, unable to grasp the herd. Their imagination was stunned by this news. The young man says that their sons invited him to a party on the ship, but unexpectedly aimed at him weapons and flew in a group. So he just tried to protect himself. Men froze in indecision, stunned. They did not predict such. If they doubt, let them address this issue to their own sons. My father turned to his son with anxiety, asking if he was misleading a young master. Chuja, sobbing, assures that they had no thoughts. The father fell silent, hearing that it turned out to be pure truth. The young man with a crying face confesses that they only intended to scare the young owner. Other boys also raised a noise. Someone shouted. Someone almost sobbed, claiming that it was pure true. They assured that they only wanted to break the hack's recesses, no more and no less. Now his parents engulfed anger because of the terrible act of their sons. Suddenly, a man struck his son with his son just in his head. Without a little note, he hit his son again on his head. Youthful care could jeopardize the existence of the whole fortress. All adults immediately followed his example and began to punish their children. Meanwhile, our hero only watched this scene. It seems that if it goes on, they will ruin their own children. A little time passed, and the men stopped. They silently became a circle around their children, and it was unclear what adults thought of. Men break their heads, thinking about how to alleviate this tense situation. How did the members of the other clan dare to attack someone from a mighty family of a fuck? Everyone is well aware that it is only necessary for the head to find out about it. They will not avoid catastrophe. So they only have one opportunity to escape from punishment. In a moment, they turn around, absorbing our heroes with sharp, almost animal views. In a moment, they confidently move to them. The leader of the troops decided that everyone was against a young master and was about to try to kill him, so he decided to stand up for him. However, to the great surprise of everyone, everything happened quite differently. In a moment, men fell to their knees in front of the young master, pleading for forgiveness for the guilt of their sons. They sincerely announced to take on all responsibility for the committed. The protagonist insists that he is no longer put in an unpleasant situation and calls for them to get up. The man sobs with happiness, sincerely thanks the guy for his kinder. The hack smiles widely and warns them not to exaggerate his merits. The young man notes that it will be enough for him to be a modest but generous reward. Men were surprised, and when they heard it, they were completely confused. Some considered this situation outrageous. Their children were brutally beaten, and now they are also forced to pay compensation. Although the guy recovered physically, his soul still remains vulnerable, so he will have to put into medication for his further recovery. The young man faces a poor man and sighs that his heart will jump out of his chest. The frightened men immediately agree to compensate. In this case, tomorrow, the young gentleman will send to them the warriors from the ranks of a thunderstorm. Warriors are passionate about the skill of a young owner who is so cleverly able to make money from people. In addition, our main character extends them a piece of paper and politely asks to leave something written on it. The hack reported that they would go to raise money just the first roosters were announced by dawn. The leader cannot understand why the hog needed these receipts. Their content is also quite unusual. However, the young man did not see anything extraordinary to point out that if the hacks is seeking help, they must support him. However, the head of the race is the father of the young gentleman, so why seek him to support small clans? But as you know, one head is good, but two together give an even better result. That's right. But where should these heads be found? Where do they come from such a deep understanding of Confucian truths? It is noticeably worried, because there is still no news about the young owner. He could not hold back his curiosity and, without standing, went home to find out everything with his own eyes. Suddenly he heard someone's greeting. There was something in front of her. She suggested that she went out for a walk. The guy noted that the girl was holding a box in her hands, and it immediately ignited his curiosity in it. What was hidden inside? It seems that the cure was stored in this box. I decided that it testified to the serious injury of our hero. However, the girl quickly assured everyone that it was actually an effective remedy, and with a young gentleman all right. The young man was a real surprise when he learned that his limbs remained intact. Moreover, the young man literally stressed the relentless energy. Hearing this news, the guy literally frozen at surprise. Anger and hatred gradually filled his heart, covering the soul from within. The young man sought to meet the 10 most powerful swords as soon as possible to find out what happened to each of them. Suddenly, his gaze came across an army of a thunderous dragon, whose warriors pulled huge cargoes hidden in massive bags. Everyone felt exhausted because the money fees lasted from early dawn. He questioned in a lot what was hiding in their bags. At the same time, he became aware, the moment to ask, to put it mildly, unsuccessful. Meanwhile, our hero could not believe his eyes when he saw these medicines. The surprise rolled him. He put a lot of money for it, and instead, he got only 1 box of pills. Due to such injustice, he was engulfed by frantic anger. However, the owner of the pharmacy shop assured that he did everything that was in his power. It is not easy to get it now, because the seller constantly raises the cost. In fact, the protagonist sought to personally find all the necessary ingredients and prepare everything on his own. However, it is rumored that the real test is in search of a way to create the perfect medicines. The hack was passionate. He wants to gather all the riches of the world to make this year truly unsurpassed. In the meantime, he goes to the bar, because I am sure that they are definitely not there. Meanwhile, 3 strangers were monitored by every movement. They want to attack but do not dare. There are too many eyewitnesses around. They remained near him, carefully waiting for the right moment to attack. The guy goes to the bar and immediately explodes with anger, loudly reproaching the soldiers for their powerlessness and inability to change something. In a moment, he notices they all seriously got on nuts. Undoubtedly, it is a matter for the young owner's hands. The warriors only stay in silence as if they were released into their mouths, and they did not answer him. It is loudly pre-flied, insisting on their answers, but all of it is ignored. The leader opens his mouth and confesses that they lack words for answer. The irritation of the guy is only intensified. Now he does not hold back sarcastic words and ridicules these worthless warriors, pouring offensively to their address. Suddenly his collar pulls someone's hand. It was Jaja who sharply ordered him to silence. He indecisively began to defend himself with words, reminding everyone about the authority of his father, who enjoys great respect. However, the head did not affect it. A moment, he threw the guy away without even delaying. Because he knows who his father, I think, makes no sense to discuss it further. No matter how much the hell of the FEC is talking about his influence, he still is not destined to lead his family. Compared to the young Mr. CO, everyone seems small, so it is simply no point in continuing. The young man felt devastated, so he solemnly swore that they would all regret their words. After that, the troops retreated, leaving the guy alone. The young man is convinced that the madness of the warriors had put his hand a heck and probably made something insidious. Finally, the warriors moved all things to the warehouse. When the right moment comes, they will be able to pick them up. However, in fact, the protagonist does not imagine when this moment comes. The ability to make money does not happen daily. These funds will not be received regularly for medicines, so it is necessary to create a reliable reserve fund. He with a gesture distinguishes one of the warriors and is interested. What is needed to seize capital? The guy believes that it is necessary to keep the money and put money constantly. For these statements, the hack gave him a good blow on his head, strictly warning again. Hackdon also joins the conversation, expressing his position. He insists that it is worth investing in the case. Let's say you can invest in gold or silver, buy purebred horses or expensive silk. If you do not miss the good time for sale and sell everything at the highest price, the profit will be considerable. Our hero confuses this proposal because he once tried to guess the moment of rising prices, and as a result, he suffered losses. The protagonist advises them to think carefully, because now they need to get money quickly and reliably. It was an extremely difficult task, because the leader had no idea what he demands from them. The heck reconstruction is nothing left but to convey this knowledge to the soldiers. He addresses the leader to the question, why does he go around this golden, bearing place? So it turns out when he talks about black money, does he hint that the financial fund is being filled underground organizations? There are considerable and medium-sized organizations in this region. If they are able to take possession of financial streams passing through these structures, it promises them considerable profit. However, the leader immediately cuts off. They are not up to their strength. Even so, the clan Nagan would never have tarnished himself in the dark equipment of the criminal world. Then our hero hit a man with a kettle on his head. The guy seems to have a completely different opinion. If the ship has a hole, the captain must certainly eliminate it. They seem to be strictly according to the principles of their faction, protecting its honor and image. The heck goes to investigate the activities of these organizations, and the soldiers only have to prepare and wait for further instructions. It was time for lunch, but on the face of the head of the cheerful, a clear dissatisfaction was read. He was annoyed by the fact that because of the difficult financial situation, they had to cut portions. Now that their condition has improved significantly, the portions have become larger, so you can safely enjoy the food without worrying. But the man is not subject to these words because he understands the true state of affairs in their family. It turns out that the protagonist allocated so much money to them that the family was able to survive difficult times without difficulty. Recently, our hero visited them and reached out to his family to feel safe and live quietly. However, a man cannot understand where he has such a significant amount of money. Our hero stubbornly keeps it secret and does not hurry to reveal the details. The man still sought to find out where the money came from, but in this case the hack intended to take them to himself. However, the man did not state that they would not need these things. They were simply interested in their origin. The young owner rightly noted that in such an urgent situation, it is in vain to spend time on disputes. He only briefly thanked him for the money given. The head is literally boiled from rage because of this situation. It seems even though he said he remained adamant in his distrust. The man noted that they should not accept funds that are not known about the origin. In such a situation, the man could pick up all the products and pass the money to the young owner. However, hunger is signs, so a man does not want to waste a good dish. The father decides to call his son to himself and ask him personally about everything. After that, the man wished them delicious and immediately left. Meanwhile, the man goes in search of a hack, trying to enjoy a delicious meal together. It impresses as soon as the young owner recovered, the whole family was literally filled with relentless energy. A fresh wind rose above the family, bringing changes with him. Nowadays, the family whose power is equal in these territories is laid in these territories. The young man sought to reveal the secrets of those who serve the darkness, not light. However, the merchant refused to tell something. Such frankness was contrary to the rules of their business because they did not provide any information without payment. The young man seeks to reveal the secret of the dark power that prevails over these lands. For this valuable information, he generously rewards the merchant. In the next moment, the guy launches coins just at the seller. With frantic speed, they rush into the wall, breaking everything that they are in a way. The merchants froze with horror, Seeing the coins scattered around the stranger, he calmly noted that there were exceptions to any rule and promised to provide him with the necessary information. Currently, the following organizations are most important: Chichilhon, Mwan, Tonon, and Toon. The protagonist was well aware of how large-scale these organizations are. Chichilhon holds power in the north, and under his beginning of more than 50 people. They resemble parasites that feed mainly from smuggling profits. Mwan is made on loans at robbery interest. This is no doubt the most underframe of evil among all possible. Typically, the Toon group members are kept near the Inagar Brody. They do dark things. These people supply girls for this place. It turns out that they are involved in trafficking in human beings. Therefore, these organizations are nothing more than unnecessary. Although our main character has done many dark deeds, he always stood in defense of what was important to him. Instead, these guys have long crossed the border that no longer has a gate. The main matter of Toon is managing the game home. They are skillfully hunted on wealthy customers, leaving them without the least piece of bread. It is difficult to believe that they were allowed to unfold their wings so wide. The impact of their family is no longer as powerful as it was once. However, for the main character, everything is quite good. The profits of these organizations reach about 10,000 nungs a month. These boobs were perfectly settled. Now, if the merchant reveals another secret, he is obliged to inform the boy about it. The Heck reconstruction promises generously to thank the man for any valuable information. He takes him a favorable agreement, promising a rapid promotion. From such a seductive proposal, in the eyes of the merchant flared a fire of the thirst. The man decides to treat the boy in celebration of their arrangement. But our hero refused, suggested to move at another time because now he was expected more important things. The young man decided to go on a journey to get his fortune. Here is an evening hour. In the game house humanically, everyone is passionate about beloved entertainment. Everything that happened was closely monitored by the leader of the Toons, the Tene. Today, these insects showed unprecedented passion and liveliness. For them, people are even more valuable than regular bags with gold. However, the man could not understand why the head himself began to appear here lately, because earlier he has always used the services of others for such cases. The man reassures him, assuring that he can handle everything himself, and the head advises to go out into the fresh air and get a little distracted. As it turned out, this man is worried about the family of our hero because he is well aware that they will simply not leave them alone. As soon as the image of a young gentleman, his breath is intercepted, he lacks air. His friend noticing the changes in him, but the guy answered at all that he just mentioned some unpleasant moments. As a leader Toon, a man has to take responsibility and fully concentrate his efforts and thoughts on business development. Another employee suddenly appeared and informed with anxiety the situation was complicated because a guy appeared here who declared his right to own this place. Once this new news came, all the heads ran down to find out who it was. The head swears as soon as he causes this abomination he will fall well. However, he instantly cut off his language as soon as the young man was set before his gaze. He will not understand why this young man was here. The reconciliation of Hack notices that the features of this head are strangely familiar to him. He feels that he has met this person somewhere before, though he cannot remember where exactly. The man instantly avoids a direct answer and states that they have never met before. However, in a moment, the hero recognizes in a stranger of the same man who has recently tried to wipe him off the face of the earth. For some reason, it is difficult to say why, but the guy feels only sincere joy. This circumstance gives our hero a wonderful opportunity to delight this place. In response to such boldness, another man barely held rage. In his eyes, the desire to cut a tongue to cut and make his own. But in a moment he covered a powerful blow to the face from the leader himself. The man literally numb from surprise when he realized that he was standing before him. The Hack stops him, promising a little later to share with all his knowledge and teach them himself. Now he seeks to convey to him all his affairs. A little time has passed before they finally decided, so now it was only necessary to gather everything necessary and boldly go inside. The young man hesitates whether his army will be able to overcome the enemy, but in a moment the human bodies fly from the windows. This is a clear sign of the victory of his fighters. The leader of Emuvansu, stretched on the ground. From now on, they should be much more closely treated with new things that are in their property. The young man is genuinely surprised. Why is the panic so worried about their wealth instead of thinking about people? Several fighters have already gone to Chillon and probably have already completed their task in that place. Another place remains vacant, but the hack's fracture must first find out some things before taking up their upbringing. They soon found themselves elsewhere, and suddenly the warriors stopped, as if they were fossilized. The protagonist could not hurt why these people were so confused and indecisive. It seems that the point is that for boys, it was the first acquaintance with a similar atmosphere. It was really funny to watch Hack Dawn. Despite its considerable appearance, in fact, at heart, it remains so shy.
Jeg er en idé, for jeg har lyttet og få det til, but så sådan vi kan of i visit Gagaplælt læsen man indet feeling the spray sessions.
The hack asked the girl's name, and she replied that her name is Jonas. Suddenly, the young master firmly grabbed the girl by the hand. She immediately swayed and quietly noticed that the young man should not do that at all. The skin on the girl's hands remained rough and tight, so she appeared here recently. This testifies to its origin from a peasant family, where she worked with her parents in the fields. The hack winner wanted to know how much time she spends in this place. With a moisture in her eyes, the girl confessed that he has been working in this place for almost 2 months. Yanvi was barely 20, though she was easy to confuse with his teenager. The young gentleman wants to find out how she got to this place. However, another employee is inseparably following Joshua, and under this intense look, the girl does not dare to open the truth. The protagonist instantly realizes everything and strictly orders everyone to leave the room immediately, allowing only one person to remain. Another employee notes that if Jonas is not liked by the guests, they will not hesitate to pick up someone else. The commanded everyone to leave this place immediately. Without any objection, the girls had to obey all the desires of their customers. Jonanda swept a wave of anxiety. It was peeled by cold ants, and she felt uncomfortable. Since there was no soul left in the room, she could finally genuinely answer the question. But even so, the girl still does not dare to allow herself. At this point, the protagonist throws her wallet with money. There were as many as 1,000 nujags. This money will allow her to cover all the debts, or buy a gorgeous silk dress. Our hero called himself a second son of a family, emphasizing that his genus is influential enough to protect her from any danger. So the girl can be calm. He will take care of her safety. The girl was given here at the expense of parental debt, loans with dragon interest, threats, humiliation. She only 15, and she had to taste the cruelty of this place. She tried several times to break free, but every time she was caught and severely punished. Death for her is not a way out, because then the hard burden of the debt will lie on the shoulders of her younger sisters and brothers, and this fear keeps her in captivity. The protagonist wondered whether the residents of this house with similar circumstances faced. Unfortunately, the majority of those present were not out of their own free will. Hack Dawn boil the rage. Seeing these scum justifies the trade of girls with debt obligations. The head was overwhelmed by the rage. All this disgrace happened just under the cover of his home. Undoubtedly, our hero cannot simply silently watch and leave everything as it was. Now the Hack Nagogun intends to wipe all these twists from the face of the earth, and so, without spending time, he began to bring his plan to life. The stunned man does not realize what is happening around, and pleadingly asks the boy to master himself. But unexpectedly, weapons with a whistle flies past and hit the wall near his face. If this scum still proves the word that annoys me, next time the axe will fly into the skull next time. He is allowed to answer solely if the main character himself asks the question. The man could not understand that he was pushing this stranger to such actions. In response to such a question, the hack sharply pressed his chair just in his hands without restraining his strength. In a moment, the scum rapped out of terrible pain. He recalled once again that only in response to an appeal to him. The soldiers themselves were unbearable to contemplate these horror. The hack sought to find out. The hero strictly warned him, if this scum dare to lie, death will not be slow. In despair and tears, hysteria, a man confesses that they are a grouping toon. Meanwhile, the leader has already found some information. The hero seeks to learn as much as possible about trafficking in human beings. Meanwhile, the interlocutor is extremely surprising how this mysterious stranger has such awareness. Perhaps data on trafficking in human beings are not stored here, but in the organization of the toon itself. His last question concerned the location of this grouping toon. And right afterwards, our heroes go straight to the toon group. The hero clearly captured how, in the hearts of the warriors, he flashes anger against these freaks. The atmosphere seemed to be imbued with their fury. Hendon unexpectedly raised the silence in one and only questions, spoken almost in a whisper. Is he allowed to destroy these scums? The Rakana consent to it, but emphasizes that half will have to be left. The rest can be transferred to the administration by explaining that they acted for the purpose of self-defense. The man is full of unbreakable determination to end these scoundrels. Meanwhile, Kudon, the leader of the clan toon, all of them hid the tracks feverishly, hastily destroying any evidence before representatives of the Famugun family appeared here. However, when it became obvious, time was no longer left. Guests were already gathered in this hall. There were about a dozen people in this company. Then the head gave the team to stop. There was no time for the hiding places. I had to fight immediately. However, another man considers this idea unsuccessful. Their opponent is too formidable and influential. If they run the risk of touching it, it will end very bad for them. However, if they can win opponents, it will allow you to win a little time. After that, they will have to wait a little and later, to take things up again, this time in a new place. The leader sighed somewhat lightly, because their numerical advantage was obvious. If they manage to mobilize all their strength, they will have a real opportunity to achieve victory. Our heroes were already on the verge of their apartment, but deep silence prevailed around. The hack suspects that they are just pretending to be secretly disappearing from sight and then attack by surprise. Undoubtedly, they have some sneaky plan. This meant that everyone had to act with special care. However, without a moment, the main character, Stry, rushed to the other way. The soldiers moved after their leader. Hendon, swinging his axe, stretched the gate in half and paved his way to the yard. An angry man broke inside with a close look, looking for his next victim. Suddenly, the opponents threw a strong grid on the young man, which jumped his movements. However, such a grid turned out to be too weak to restrain a strong guy overflowing. The warriors immediately calmed down, no longer worried about the fate of a friend. It became obvious that the opponents would not be able to punch his power. And this was not the end. Several of their shooters with meadows settled on the roof and aimed at Don's hen. Immediately, one of them pulled the bowstring and let the arrow that rushed straight at the warrior. Suddenly, one of the formidable thunder dragons noticed the shooters and had already jumped on the roof, being next to them. The man hesitated for a moment, but not wasting time, pulled his bowstring and released the next arrow towards the enemy. However, the guy cleverly jumped to the side as if it were all fun. In a moment, the guy was lightning face-to-face with an opponent and struck him with a powerful blow. Later, without hesitation, he rapidly rushed to the opponents who were hiding behind. The young man incredibly quickly cut the air with a sword, causing lightning strokes. None of the opponents managed to interfere with him. Their efforts were doomed from the beginning. Meanwhile, on the surface, our heroes had to face enemies who suddenly surrounded them. Without hesitation for a moment, the opponents rapidly rushed to them. However, the boys did not lose their self-control and strongly rushed to the counterattack. Hendon finally cut this trap. Now it was necessary to hurry to have time to destroy as many enemies as possible. And in a moment, the young man broke from the place, and the head of the head broke into the very swirl of the struggle. Hendon poured all the strength into his blows, accumulated anger and blazing hatred. Our hero has removed and closely monitored the development of events without interfering and keeping peace. The guy appreciated that about 50 enemies gathered around him. The battle flared up with incredible force, blood splashed in the air, and shocking cries were heard around. There were many opponents around, so they had to be alert every second. Suddenly, a hostile shadow had just behind the back of the leader. In a moment, the leader of this flock dug directly at the epicenter of the fight. The man slipped at a frantic speed, cleverly avoiding every attempt to strike him. Another fighter was confused, affected by the enemy's lightning speed. Instantly, the abomination struck his leg, and wounds diverged on the skin from which fresh blood is laid. From an unexpected powerful blow on the face of the warrior flashed a grimace of pain. Later, the leader of the group is preparing to strike the last fatal blow to end the warrior once and for all. Suddenly, something rapidly flicked in his direction. Other warriors were rushed to help a friend, overflowing with determination and willingness to defend their friend. However, the leader did not lose vigilance, instantly threw a couple of mysterious spheres at the enemies. In a moment, the explosion came, and around the dense black smoke around. Maybe it is a poisonous substance. It is better to hold your breath immediately. It was only a cunning trap that allowed us to sneak into the enemy and attack him by surprise. The man made several lightning blows to the warriors. They did not even have time to react or raise protection. It seems that they do not pay attention to him, because in these parts there is no one who could compete at its speed. If you think about it, it seems that these people are clearly not like simple cakes. He is well aware of the weaknesses of his faction, and although it sometimes comes from a simple environment, has always been a deep understanding of the true essence of heroism. Fortunately, the hack noticed it before any problems arose. The leader of the Thunder Dragon instantly determined who is the leader among those present, and chose it as his opponent. The man still cleverly resorted to his frantic speed, using it in his favor. There will be two powerful leaders in a fierce duel, and it is absolutely impossible to predict who will win in this battle. The leader of the Thunderstorm Dragons burned in a fierce rage. He was determined to strictly punish the insidious attacker for his unacceptable boldness. As soon as the man was going to strike, the enemy at an incredible speed pushed past without leaving any opportunity to attack. The head did not even have time to track the rapid movements of the opponent. It looked absolutely incredible. But the head did not have time to blink as the freak was lightning just behind him, in his dead zone. Fortunately, the hack was managed to appear at the moment when it was needed, and stood up for the head. Only a light touch of his hand threw a scoundrel a few meters ago. The man and no idea had that someone would dare to touch him. Family Negan is completely deprived of any signs of military endurance. However, the protagonist is convinced that the person who is profiting on trafficking in human beings has no moral right to talk about etiquette. It became clear immediately, this guy is a real threat that is not easy to cope with. So, this twist decided to defeat the Cheek, thundering the all. In a moment, he threw the same ball filled with thick black smoke inside. At the same moment, the entire district covers a thick cover of black smoke. However, the main character does not feel any fear of it. The next moment, the group leader throws two sewing at him at once. He is convinced that the guy will not be able to evade his sewing because the thick smoke completely covered the inspection. Even if the guy is able to repel this blow, he is unlikely to be preserved. It is then that the perfect time will come to finally deal with our main character. However, to the great surprise of everyone, our hero effortlessly picked up a seamstress on the fly. He instantly returned it to the one who sent. And for the next second, Shiloh ruthlessly plunges into this hand. The protagonist instantly recognizes the insidious intentions of this scoundrel, so no trick against him will work. However, another Trump man seems to be. A weapon was fluttering in his hand. However, the hack glowing lightly on his hand, instantly stopping any attempt at the enemy to resist. The young man brought real pleasure to watch his opponent suffer. In his eyes, the enemy looked like a pathetic insect. Meanwhile, the unhappy man has painful, and our hero listened to his agonic screams with great pleasure. The hero, without hesitation for a moment and feeling no crumbs of pity, confidently pressed his enemy's head. It seems that this pillowcase broke her head. Blood began to ooze from the wound. All present with fear of this unprecedented cruelty. Impressed by demonstrated power, other group members raised their hands one by one, choosing a voluntary surrender. They begged for mercy, but of course no one paid attention to it. Instantly, the guy cut him in half with one blow. 25 criminals have fallen from their hands. This is exactly half of the whole group. Those who survived, our hero ordered to throw at the administrative building and ordered them to be laid out. Some man in despair asks to spare his life, promising instead to reveal all the secrets recorded in the secret book of income, if he is not killed. However, of course, no one thought to pay attention to him. In response, he got a kick straight into the face. No one thought to sympathize with this, because he never regretted those girls who sobbed and begged for a mercy. This meant that the protagonist also did not hesitate to show cruelty. The heck noticed that it is worth coping with this place as soon as possible and going home. Meanwhile, rumors were buzzing everywhere that the young gentleman, having enlisted the support of the warriors of the Thunder Dragon, brilliantly defeated the bandits. At first, his father had no idea who his son was gaping with. The father cannot understand what his son made him suddenly contact the bandits. At his age, it is quite natural. Energy literally erupts outwards. Right now, the guy learns to direct his anger based on the inner sense of justice. Although the heck is the heir to the head of the clan, it still envelops a sense of deep alienation, as if this role is not for him. The head of the county expressed his gratitude to our hero and his comrades, admiring their determination and courage. It is thanks to their coordinated actions that we managed to free women from the hands of the slave trainees and transfer the scoundrels to the hands of justice. Meanwhile, the man treated his head with the aromatic tea of the highest grade, which was sent personally by the chief of the entry. The father and no idea had that his son, who once was so ill, could live so vigorously and fully. Now he is not at all the person who was in his youth, so there is no reason to worry. And even the elders were stunned by such changes. But she did not have time to pass the moment as the head began to praise his son enthusiastically, in his permanent style. The leader wants to see a Hake's reconciliation here, but it is unrealistic. The young man has disappeared again. In such a situation, the man invites his subordinate to divide a soothing cup of tea. The protagonist raised energy. It was simply not possible to have time. At this time, the young man enjoyed dinner in a room that he chose for himself. In their reality, this is reminiscent of an attempt to unite the whole world under one idea. Now the guy turns to the 3 bandits he had just defeated the gang. From this day, all their organizations have been dissolved and transferred under the control of the Ilsen community. The man hears this name for the first time and seeks to find out what the community is. It turns out that the hack recently created it and even invented the name for him. It was difficult to put in the head that the most powerful group is subordinated to the Nagan family. They will betray his community. They will find death. They will try to oppose each other. They will also die. In addition, it is strictly forbidden to take a robbery, spread rumors, participate in human trafficking, or get drunk. And if they allow themselves to superior, their fate will not be missing. Meanwhile, he drowning his confusion in glasses with alcohol. He was going to pour himself, but one of his subordinates intervened carefully, trying to reconcile him, because the guy had already gone and so well. He loses his self-control. He beats his subordinate with his fury into his stomach without holding back anger. As the man finds himself on the floor, he begins to beat his feet in the gravity of rage, splashing all the accumulated anger. Employees are lost in reflections on how to do, but eventually decide to leave everything as is and do nothing. If the young master of the kind of reconciliation decides to make a mess, no one dares to prevent him. So they do not have to choose except just to watch. Suddenly, he caught how these people had a conversation about his family. Meanwhile, the guy immediately jumped to the stranger and grabbed him firmly by the collar. He lifts his hand, preparing to strike him with a devastating blow directly into his face. But suddenly, it stops a loud, powerful voice that orders not to take any step further. An elderly man approached him and politely asked to stop. Grandpa notes that a real warrior is bad to frighten ordinary people. A young man with a fierce hatred in his eyes rested with his eyes in this grandfather. Then he forcefully pushed the poor away from himself. After that, the angry guy demanded a drink, but the old man advised him to return home and gain strength. If the young man refuses, he will turn to the one who convey this news to the family. The young man became angry even harder and rapped even louder, not believing that this grandfather had arrogance to him. After that, Grandpa instructs Chachil's son to go to the family nagan, inform them all the details, and be sure to ask for several soldiers to accompany the young owner. The old man raged on the young man for his unacceptable boldness. Meanwhile, the bald man asks how they tasted alcohol that he has cooked himself. It falls in our hero, so he gives his subordinate bronze rank. In their community, the career path begins with iron rank, but thanks to the success you can increase the status of bronze, silver, or even gold level. The origin and social status for the main character are not important. He evaluates people solely by their skills. The new increase was quite comforted by the man. Now he felt more important than all other subordinates and was convinced of himself as the main one in the team. Once the other man realized what was the matter, he immediately had to lay him. However, a mustachioed man was not confused and shared his secret. His family is passed on to a secret recipe in his family for which he can prepare this dish. But the young owner politely rejects the proposal because he has already had enough drinking today. Then the young man opened the window, letting in the room freshness of street air. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at several mysterious figures that appeared on the street. They were in camouflage, and they felt anxious, even a tremendous aura. This energy surprisingly resembled the aura of that mysterious man in a suit. Meanwhile, the servants have already submitted prepared alcohol, hoping that they would be allowed to offer it for tasting. However, the hack ignored their words, and without saying a word, jumped out of the window without hesitation, easy to land on the ground. Later, the guy rushed forward. He was wounded to find out. Meanwhile, his subordinates could not believe his eyes. He calmly jumped down from a height of at least 15 meters. The hero sought to find out who the mysterious guys were on whom he suddenly came across. If a hack grabs them, he will not stop before cruel torture to find out their true person. The protagonist rushes with narrow lanes, focusing on their traces. But suddenly his attention is attracted by something extremely unusual. The young man stopped confusedly when he suddenly was in front of the hopelessness. Could these strangers dissolve in the air? These strangers were still nearby. They just felt that he was approaching and hid immediately. At once it was felt that these people were not ordinary, and their presence here is not good. But the heck has no idea what they really miss. Suddenly the guy notices that intoxication as his hand removed. He completely tightened. So he decides to return to taste a new drink that was specially cooked for him. Meanwhile, CO and to no avail is looking for a bar where one could miss a glass, but everywhere it is met with uninvited and married. Suddenly, two strangers are completely dressed in black before his eyes. In their area, you will rarely meet people with faces hidden under black masks. To begin with, you should stay away and avoid any collisions. However, looking back, he suddenly noticed behind him is another stranger. The guy realizes that he was trapped. Around him, people who were tracking and waiting for him all this time gathered. There were two strangers behind, and another blocked the way ahead. At that moment, the young man decided to first find out what was waiting in front and then looking for a way to escape. It rushes rapidly and strikes, but the enemy cleverly evades, avoiding attacks, and then he causes a powerful blow just on the head of COA. It turned out that it was much easier to grab CA than everyone. They easily picked up the guy on their shoulders, making fun of the fact that the descendants of the family was not capable of anything. It's been 3 days. The merchant looked obviously annoyed. He nervously looked through the papers, transferring them from place to place on his table. After all the tasks that he was entrusted with his calculations turned into an even more complex and confusing chaos. The man is wondering how he can list so many objects at the same time. A moment, and a swollen dissolves the door rapidly. From the surprise, the merchant is scared and inadvertently pours himself with hot tea. The hero came to evaluate how things were going, but, given the frantic volume of tasks, the merchant did not have enough time. He did not have time. If the young gentleman shows a little more patience, then the merchant will certainly handle everything to the end. So our hero allowed him to continue to do his business without unnecessary obstacles. The young man sought to find out who these mysterious strangers were who recently appeared in these parts. However, the merchant did not have such events. Without a special permission, the seller will be a very burdensome daily check. In this case, our hero gives the merchant this unique privilege. 3 days ago, several suspicious people who moved in pairs were noticed in the heavenly tower. Therefore, the merchant is instructed to find out where these people are now. However, in such a situation, he cannot do without support, because the merchant should arrange all the things that the young master mentioned. The protagonist was silent, only hit his palm sharply on the table, forcing everyone to shudder. Immediately came into the eye that this man was catastrophically lacking auxiliary hands. It was necessary to be warned earlier. Then the hack would not be hesitant to deal with this case. This guy could send as many assistants as needed. The merchant believes that about 100 people will be needed to solve this problem, but the cost of this solution will be extremely high. The hack clasped him friendly on his shoulder and assured that he could safely count on the help of his people. Recently, the young gentleman has rallied around the bandits and founded the Ilsen community, so the merchant can attract these people in their business and use them. The man is surprised to realize that this cruel guy eventually agreed to help. However, the situation was much more complicated than it seemed at first. In response to permission to the merchant to use the help of his people, our hero wanted to receive a cash reward. Zhong's reconciliation did not find a place because his brother had disappeared for 3 days, while their father seemed to be concerned about this situation. This time everything is not true because 3 days ago the harmiter was performed at the bar and then suddenly disappeared. The Peck's frost was annoying that unforeseen obstacles grew before and again. In this area, there is no need to look for a corner where they could hide from the power of their mighty family. It is not excluded that the abduction was only a bait to lure the hell of Peck into a trap. The man strictly commands to stay away and warns that he himself is powerful. And the mission of Zhong's reconciliation is to force everyone to remain silent and prevent the appearance of extra gossip. It has passed some time. Suddenly, someone knocks a wooden gate with a force. Chips fly all over. The hell of Beck was raging. From it literally struck unharmed anger, and a powerful wave of negative energy filled the surrounding space. The man burns with anger. He prefers loudly, challenging his opponent to go to him. The hell of Peck sought to find his son's place of stay. The mysterious stranger in the mask assured that his son was well looked after, so there is no reason to worry. As soon as the reconciliation of Peck learned about it, he immediately rushed in search. There will be no trace from these Worth. They will not be able to hide. The man notes that it is able to influence the whole world. In this case, the felt of the peak no longer makes sense to delay. It's time to take the case. If the hell of the Peck is overcoming this test, he will be able to return his son. By this time, the stranger will not even touch any hair on her head. The same will remain completely safe. After that, he spoke the name of the scoundrel, the HAP John. This man is capable of everything, so Con John should be tuned. There will be no place for mistakes. Bloody flowers bloom at this moment, so the scene promises to be truly exciting. It's been a night and a new day has come. The hero felt sluggish and tired apparently, all because of the approach of spring, which already looked out of the horizon. However, Wai-san noted that their composition, and so it was sorted with firewood. The assistant wondered at the hex failure, whether the latest news came. The story is spread as if the young owner was disappeared from the house and has not appeared for several days at all. The young man thinks that he left his native walls because one or later leaves the house sooner or later. However, San said that there is still no news from the young man. So far, everyone is just whispering about it, but within a few days, the situation can develop into a real problem. It was about 3 to 4 days from the moment as the CO and suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, the heck reaches that those mysterious guys have emerged and disappeared almost simultaneously. It seems that these heads actually laid the eye on the stable in Kion, while our hero was convinced that he was being persecuted. However, the reconciliation family will undoubtedly cope with this threat. If the protagonist breaks the masks from them, the whole truth will open before him. In the meantime, someone studied the map carefully, looking for a path that was headed by a hack. Then the merchant indicates a place where the road of a young gentleman tragically cut off. During the same period, persons appeared who were extremely reminiscent of those who were mentioned by the young gentleman. All the evidence came together at one point. It is time to act decisively and without delay. Given the data obtained, our searches can be narrowed up to 3 potential locations. The young master ordered his newly received subordinates to carefully check these 3 locations. The hex swing will join the head of the thunderous dragon, so if you appear at least the smallest traces or hints, immediately tell them. Meanwhile, the CO remained tight to the pillar, almost unable to move. The subordinates reported the head of the fresh news. A pack of bandits, which parasites in Angoy, warns them of unauthorized penetration into its territory. This means that they will have to look for a different place. However, it is extremely careful that their true faces remain unknown. Sudden anxiety suddenly sounded. The news came instantly. A pack of heads goes in their direction. It was necessary to immediately decide what to do next. It would be very advised not to get involved in their garmiter, but unfortunately there is no other choice. The head pushes the hidden panel in the wall, laying a secret path for an invisible escape. The master ordered his people to destroy all enemies, leaving no hint at their existence. Meanwhile, the military tirelessly combed the surroundings, carefully checking each corner. It was here that it turned out that those suspicious men were noticed most times. The hero noted their merits and ordered the rest. He then commits everything together with the leader of the thunderous army. The leader checked carefully whether no one was around. First, you should take care of the cleaning and restoration of the good reputation of the young Mr. Nagan Company. However, the protagonist will never understand why they need them at all. The head was confused because he was convinced that their goal was to find COA. However, the hack does not spend time on the little things. His goal is not to liberate the CO, but to detain the culprits of this chaos. It turns out that for our hero, young Mr. AA is nothing more than an empty space. The young man immediately guessed that these rats were hiding somewhere nearby. The soldiers decided to move forward first to keep the young gentleman in full safe. This will even benefit if they are grabbed once, so the protagonist decides to allow it. Suddenly, a powerful stream of dark energy is caught out of the building, as if exploding outside with frantic force. They were facing opponents, who had no hesitation at the attack. However, the warriors acted lightly. They managed to react in time and repel the first blows. Behind the leader, the shadow of the enemy was approaching. This scoundrel moved incredibly cleverly, skillfully avoiding every blow caused by the head. A moment later, the enemy rushed forward again, rapidly approaching him. The enemy concentrated his unrestrained power and released her with lightning, which rapidly rushed directly into the manager. This attack caused him a wound in his shoulder, but never to rest. The next blow is already on the approach. Fortunately, the man managed to bounce in time, evading the blow and thus saving his life. It is extremely interesting who could become his opponent, because this guy really has incredible force. From it would stream the same powerful energy they felt from the mountain robbers when they came into battle with them. This meant that it belonged to the same pack. The fierce battle did not subside. The fighters fought from the last forces. First of all, the leader should pay attention to those who are right now. The young man is no longer the one who was before, so now he to make it. He attempts to attack, and the enemy immediately evades, and the next moment is behind him. A moment later, the enemy's blade pierces the back of the protagonist. The soldiers could not understand that such a disaster had suffered their leader. But suddenly, the scum shows that his blade did not pierce the body of the leader. The young man was able to stop the sharp blade with his own body and palm. As it turned out, it was all a clever trap from the head itself. Immediately taking advantage of the right moment, the leader causes a devastating blow to the scoundrel. The stranger cleverly deviates and bounces back instantly, avoiding attacks. Without hesitation, the leader rapidly rushed forward, leaving no opponent or a chance of reflection or trick. The guy was already familiar with this technique. In a moment, the leader rapidly pierces the monster with his blade. However, the enemy strongly squeezes his wrist. He clung to his head sharply, not giving the victim any chances to slip, and immediately lifted the sword for a powerful blow. It is at the right moment that a friend appears to the rescue. He was a young man who, without hesitation, gave a vile pad and threw him away. The heck reproached the head for his frivolous and safe behavior. Even having victory at the cost of your own life, it does not mean that history has already ended. Meanwhile, the case of Don too did not go the best. His clash with the enemy did not joke. The tension increased with every second. Suddenly, another soldier rejected back. He hit the wall with a roar, being near Don. It seems that each of them has serious difficulties. The young man recalls the harsh and grueling workouts they had to go through. For them, it was a real blow to self-love to deal with these guys. Even if you have to sacrifice their own lives, the boys decided to track and destroy the enemies. Suddenly, these two deaf knocks fall to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. In the end, it turned out that our hero was behind all of this. The young man reminds that the lives of warriors belong to him, so they have no right to simply die. They met on a small forest lawn, but no one was suspicious around. Suddenly, the protagonist shouted sharply, forbidding them to approach themselves. After that, he appeals to someone with the order not to run into the hiding place like a mole, but to boldly take the work and cut. Suddenly, the next moment, an unknown figure rapidly jumps out of the ground. Another enemy appeared in front of them, but unlike others, he was distinguished by his clothes, a dazzling white, like dawn snow. The second did not have time to pass as he rushed into the attack. But of course our main character is ready to meet a new attack. It seems that this scoundrel did not even know that the guy would be so strong to give him a decent repel. And in a moment, all this crazy stroke directed just towards the scum. The blow hit the target. The stranger had no opportunity to bounce sideways or to repel the attack. It seemed surprisingly strange, because the enemy was much weaker than the hack was counting. He didn't even have to get his sword. Some did not even guess that it was a weapon. The guy has never seen the sword of such impressive sword. The head was still confused, trying to understand who the young master really is. Meanwhile, the young man remained firmly shaky with shackles to the trunk. It turned out that he has come to his senses several times, remaining conscious, but now it seems there is no one else left. Suddenly he notices how the hatch is being opened in the room. It is through him that our hero appears. But as soon as he spoke, the guy without a word just closed the hatch. He only noted that the place is empty, so we may well move on. The guy in despair breaks into tears and genuinely begs for him to be helped and rescued from trouble. And yet they decided to take the boy with them. At this time, another warrior reported that all the opponents were already destroyed. However, it turned out that no one killed them. The enemies themselves decided to commit suicide. The young man reproached the warrior for negligence, accusing him of not paying him properly. But you do nothing. It's time to go back and get home. Suddenly, Hack seems to have noticed something. The military could not understand what made the young master look so closely into the sky. However, the young man ignores their words and states that he is madly hungry. All this time, the man in the suit closely followed the events. He appreciated the power of the young owner. The boy was well dealt with even about ghost business. Meanwhile, the news of the return of CO has already flew between his relatives. But the father cannot understand how this happened because the son had to appear only after the merger has completed. The man was really stunned by the unexpected appearance of his own son in this place. But he was even more confused when his Fudian himself appeared before his eyes. The young man does not restrain his tears and immediately rushes into the arms of his father. The experience was too painful for him. The older brother gently reassures him, assuring that from now on everything will work. However, the man was not happy at all. On the contrary, it just caused him anger. The protagonist is amazed. Why did his son get frozen on the face of a man when his son returned, who spent several days somewhere in the unknown? And now the Hell of Peck learns that it was our hero who saved his son. The young man dreams of getting a truly generous reward for his heroic act. However, he has urgent cases, so he proposes to postpone the conversation for another time. Young sir, you can go. The only thing he now seeks is to reinforce. A man with a fury in his heart despised our hero because he always destroyed all his ideas. The young man confesses that he had no idea that he would come when he would gratitude to our hero. CO, and he proposes to prepare for him at least some goodies. The young man is convinced that he deserves a treat because it was the young gentleman who saved his life. However, the words were only further angry with Peck's fracture. What happened seemed to him a true horror. The father worried solely with his reputation, which was now tainted through this story. If his son was killed, his father would not feel shame on it. Sam boiled with anger on his own father. How can you say your native son? The older brother tries to put the younger, but he disagrees to remain silent. He has something to answer. It seems that his father at heart felt relieved due to his son's disappearance, because he was much inferior to his eldest brother. A man in a handful screams at him, stating that he no longer wants to see him. After this scene, the young man, without holding back tears, rushes away. After all, he was already going to disappear. The older brother reflects that if he was aware of it, he would be likely to act differently. However, his father was categorically against this idea. He sincerely believed that the son would not be able to give it. The Hell of Hell gave the order to watch him closely so that he, God forbid, did not do something ill. Although the situation is complicated, nothing has changed in fact, so they will continue to move forward, embodying their ambitious plan. At this time, the protagonist was already settling in his room and enjoyed delicious food. The San was going to share with him a decision adopted at the Council of Elders, but he did not listen to and threw food. The young man spat ginseng, twisting from the burning bitterness of his taste. He seems to have fallen the root of the age of centuries. Now it is almost impossible to get a real historical copy, so they have been lucky to get ginseng, which has been 50 years old. But this is useless. The taste is not the same. The Heck reconstruction emphasizes that it is of great importance, because they need to prepare ginseng properly. After that, the assistant goes to tell these words to the doctor. The girl reports that the merger decided to spend the previously planned. But as it turned out, the young master did not understand anything in the merger. It seems that every day his strength is growing, but the mind, on the contrary, weakens. Hearing this, the main character with a frantic force broke the table in half. The assistant explains that the merger is a big event that the clan of the reconciliation organizes once every decades. This event is of great importance. All entrepreneurs of the family who live in the province come to their parental home to demonstrate the achievements of their work and discuss plans for the future. However, the protagonist could not understand why such a significant event decided to move suddenly. They tell that chaos prevails, and more entrepreneurs are being dissatisfied because of this situation. Therefore, thanks to the unification, they are able to overcome the difficulties and create a clear plan of action to solve problems. Wagenhack notes that his assistant is extremely skillfully able to analyze the situation and sincerely praises her for this ability. In any case, the young gentleman should also join this elevation. You need to take care of the suit and other little things, but the young man does not even think to take it. In fact, the young man believes that the event, which unites all entrepreneurs, will be a great opportunity for him.